Two horrific Reddit threads. Neighbor is harassing my girlfriend, but also there's a mystery stalker. So this might be a bit long, but here it goes. My girlfriend, who's 26 female, and I, 30 trans man, live in an apartment complex. A few months ago, I found a written note attached to some packages outside. The note was random and didn't really make sense. It talked a lot about having pizza in our basement, that they've spoken to my girlfriend in their dreams, but just a lot of nonsense. I showed it to her. We assumed it was our neighbor who has a tendency to leave weird notes around, but we ultimately thought he was harmless. So I took a picture of it, just in case, and tossed it. Flash forward a month or so. She starts receiving texts. The texts are the same nonsense but amplified. They talked about how they know she works for NASA, the CIA, the FBI, and they have a camera on her home 24/7 from space. That he was buying the complex for $30 billion and he was going to find her. Just craziness. I immediately informed our apartment manager, who documented everything and informed me that a man was wandering around at night and was caught multiple times by others who, when confronted, stated he was buying the complex. Okay, great. Same guy. We called the police, but they couldn't do anything because we didn't know the guy's identity, and he was using an anonymous texting app to send texts and who wouldn't tell us who he was. So we installed cameras. I informed neighbors of the situation, and we were being overly cautious. One of the neighbors I informed was the neighbor we originally thought the note was from, and his wife. He was disgusted and said he'd keep an eye out. Well, about a week ago, this same neighbor, who is a late 60s, early 70s-year-old man, decides to pull my girlfriend aside as she's coming home from work at night and confesses his undying love for her. This man fully says that he's in love with her and has never felt this way about anyone before, and he wanted to know if she felt the same way. She politely reminded him that he's married, to which he said, "I've been divorced 25 years, but yet he still lives with this woman." She, as nice as possible, informed him that she was not interested and it wouldn't happen, to which he hugged her, and she came inside and informed me what happened. I was livid. She has helped this man and his ex-wife multiple times. I have helped them constantly. I have spoken to him constantly. He's always been a bit odd, but we thought he was just socially awkward, and it was all mildly innocent. Occasionally, he'd cross a line, saying she looked good in an outfit because it was low cut, but again, we both considered it harmless. He would occasionally buy her gifts, once buying her chocolates and sometimes weed, give her money for things like Christmas. We assumed it was just because she was helpful, and on occasion, he'd do the same for me. Once buying me a sandwich because he was going to the sub shop and saw me outside before going. We thought nothing of it. Now, I'm not so sure, lol. Tonight, he shows up at our apartment door, banging on it angrily. After the weird situation that happened, she went upstairs and hid, and I answered the door. He immediately asked to talk to her, and I said she was tired and sleeping. He gets visibly mad, starts storming off, and I ask, "Do you need anything though?" And he angrily goes, "No," gets in his car, and speed drives away. I personally am tired of this. We already have one stalker, and now someone we trusted is someone I do not want around at all. I do not think he is the stalker. He has absolutely zero technology skills at all, and I don't think he'd be capable of using a texting app. He can barely use his phone, and it's one of the things I've had to help him with, just for basics. Quite literally the type to fall for Facebook scams. He thought Mark Zuckerberg was personally messaging him, asking for money. I'm just so mad that we've already been on edge, and now I have this old weirdo showing up all day, because I said he can't talk to her. Also worth noting, his truck apparently broke down, so quote, he had to park it in my girlfriend's parking spot, so now she's using his. She does have pepper spray, as well as other tools of defense. I myself am a pretty short, scrawny guy, so as much as I'd love to go over and handle it myself, I'm not exactly equipped to defend myself if he gets angry. What would y'all do in this situation? I think I'm going to call the apartment manager tomorrow, but the odds that they'll do much are slim to none. I will probably delete this just for safety reasons, but genuinely, I'm at a loss. And now let's get into some of the top comments. Someone says, the fact he showed up and banged on the door angrily after you said she was sleeping is a huge jump in aggression. You need to lock everything down and stop helping him with anything ever again. And the OP replies to this and says, oh, we are not helping him with a single thing ever again. That was decided the moment he opened his mouth to tell her he was in love with her. I've told her to try and avoid contact with him if possible, and if he bothers her, to text me and I'll come outside. He completely lost the help privileges, but he has a tendency to stop both of us and try to talk. Another user says, document it all. Contact the landlord, get a doorbell camera, and possibly one above the door too. They make very small, almost hidden ones. Get a baseball bat and keep it by the door. Explain to the neighbor that your girlfriend is not interested and to leave her alone. If the messages continue, police can do more investigation into the texts. She can block the number, but that can be endless. Change the number. The cameras will help document things. Any chance the neighbor is more techie and misleading you? And the OP replies and says, we got a doorbell cam for the front and another camera for the back. So far, we haven't received any other messages from the mystery stalker. I do think if it was the neighbor, other neighbors would have also recognized him, and folks had no clue who the guy walking around that night was. We also had an incident a few weeks ago where someone rang our door. I checked outside, and it was someone I've seen lurking on our property through cameras twice. I went outside, and he ran into the woods. It wasn't someone she or I recognized, and we heavily speculate that's who's been sending texts. So far, I've been documenting absolutely everything in relation to that, but I'm going to have to start with the neighbor now as well. We are honestly just hoping to move at this point. And someone replies and says, moving is probably the best option. And I mean, I can't imagine being the OP here, or the OP and their girlfriend, because imagine having not only one crazy stalker, but your neighbor also turns out to be a creep as well. I mean, moving is absolutely the best option. I don't think there's any way to downplay or mitigate this situation. I mean, you have basically two crazy people that like you for whatever reason and know where you live, which is also equally scary. So hopefully the OP can up and move pretty easily, but let's go down this thread and see what ends up happening. Another commenter says, how did the mystery person get your girlfriend's number to text her? Also, as previously stated, block, document, report now, and move ASAP. And the OP replies and says, we have absolutely no idea. They knew her full name and obviously know our address. So I'm unsure if they were just able to look it up. I tried, but couldn't find much other than paid websites and one site that a friend said to check that had all her info on it, but it didn't come up in the Google search. We did block mystery person per the police's recommendation and plan on cutting off all contact with the neighbor. And then the OP posted 4 days later with the title being, creepy neighbor still hasn't moved his truck. And the post reads as follows. I posted a few days ago about my neighbor, who is an older man, late 60s, early 70s. To make a long story short, he has been consistently inappropriate with my girlfriend, finally confessing he is in love with her about last week. She rejects him and he shows up a few days later, all big and angry that I said he can't talk to her. His most recent tactic is parking in my girlfriend's reserved parking spot, claiming his truck broke down and her spot was the only one open. Lies. All lies. Our parking lot has plenty of open, not reserved spaces. His spot is 10 feet away. Not only that, he backed into the spot. Also, neutral exists. Put it in neutral and go somewhere else. He claims she can park in his spot instead. Nope, it's right next to his house, and we believe he wants to monitor when she's home and when she's not. She didn't park there, and suddenly she's getting a text from his wife asking why. His wife doesn't know about any of this, and we don't want to tell her. Also, someone keyed my girlfriend's car. We have no issues with anyone else in this neighborhood or anyone in general. So despite having no proof, we are certain it was him. We also noticed this the day after he showed up pissed off. I've already called the apartment manager and reported all of this. She is having them put a warning sticker on his truck, stating it will be towed if it isn't moved. She's doing everything she can to try and resolve this, and even told me he's not on the lease and shouldn't be there in the first place. Great. I am so beyond sick of this man. I'm fully done. I don't care if he simply knocks on the door at this point. I'm notifying the police. He has written her love letters, given her money, given her gifts, chocolates, weed, all of which we have unfortunately thrown away. He makes comments on her appearance, her body, everything. Dude goes as far as to grab our packages at the front door and move them to the back, sometimes showing up at 10 at night to let us know he moved packages. We once emptied the trash and left the bag on the steps to bring out to the dumpster, as we were leaving soon, and dude took it upon himself to bring it for us. This was about a day after he confessed he was in love with her. This would be a nice neighborly gesture if he wasn't such a damn weirdo. I even recall one incident when I first moved in where he knocked on the door at 2 in the morning, then ran away. I physically saw him and I was home alone. Had no idea who the guy even was at this point. What would y'all do? We are trying to move, but money is tight and apartments are expensive. We got lucky living here because it's affordable. I start a new job in a few weeks, but will be helpful, but we are kind of stuck at this point. And then the OP makes a quick update saying, so girlfriend and I called the police. The officer was extremely kind and helpful. He agreed this guy is definitely a creep and told us to call tomorrow to file for a restraining order. He did go over to try and talk to the creepy neighbor, but he wasn't home. So he spoke to his wife instead, gave his phone number, and said Creepy had to call him. He informed us he did look him up and he doesn't have an arrest record. So that's good, I guess. Oh, and since they threatened to tow his truck, it magically decided to work and was moved out of the parking spot. Amazing. So girlfriend is going to call tomorrow to try and get that protective order handled. That's all I have for now, but I will update if anything else comes up. But honestly, hoping I don't have to update ever again. LOL. And then we don't get an update for a while, and everyone just assumes that everything's all good now. The police got involved and the creepy neighbor just went back to his house, but unfortunately, that is not the case. And 1.5 months later, the OP makes an update saying, so I posted not too long ago about my creepy neighbor and him being wildly inappropriate and stalking my girlfriend. We have a court date coming up for a restraining order, so hoping that works out. Well, in that post, I mentioned a potential second stalker. A lot of people were speculating whether they were actually the same person. Today, I found out they aren't. This second person has been caught on camera multiple times, usually quickly peeking through windows and leaving notes at the door about pizza and NASA. Just weird things that don't make sense. Once knocking on the door and quickly running away when he saw me in the windows. Well, today, he tried to break in. I was home by myself and heard pounding on the door. He begins screaming at my neighbor, asking if anyone lives here, then proceeds to try and open my door multiple times, twisting on the doorknob, banging, yelling about how it's locked. I call 911 immediately. He then proceeds to announce his full name and part of his phone number. Still angry and agitated, runs around the house, tries to gain entry through our front door, and disappears. Cops show up. I show them the video, give them a description. They can't find him. They come back and tell me to make sure my doors stay locked, and that's that. I did my own research on the guy. Found him on social media, and it's just a mess of AI contact, articles, and paranoid ramblings about the FBI and space. Some claiming he's buying expensive local buildings, some talking about meeting his future wife in his dreams, and she calls the police on him. He mentions having swords and just overall a lot of mentally ill delusions. I do not consider this a safe or a wait-and-see situation, but what more can we even do? We don't know this guy. We have never met him. He just randomly started showing up one day and continues to make us feel unsafe. We have no idea if he lives here locally or if he's homeless. Nothing. The police also don't seem very willing to help us and typically just show up and then leave without anything being resolved. What would you do? What can we even do? And that is about as horrifying as an update can be. I mean, these poor people had to deal with the one creep neighbor, and now they have to deal with this crazy guy who tried breaking into their house, leaving notes, and also quickly peeking through their window. I mean, like, just imagining that gives me goosebumps. That is so terrifying to like be in your house and some guy's just quickly peeking through your window. That is just stuff of nightmares. But let's get into some of the top comments. Someone says, that dude announcing his name while trying to get in feels unhinged. Not harmless at all. I'm really worried for y'all. And the OP replies and says, he quite literally screamed his full name and phone number, but the camera cut for the last 3 digits, so I don't know them. But he was also screaming at my neighbors, asking them if anyone lived in our apartment, then proceeded to try and come through both doors, only to complain and mumble about them being locked. He is absolutely unhinged. He is convinced my girlfriend works for the CIA, the FBI, NASA, and Homeland Security, but he also seems weirdly infatuated with her at the same time, like he hates her and is paranoid, then obsessively wants her to be with him. Another commenter says, call the cops every single time he's there, whether it's just a note you find or him physically there at the moment. In fact, you may want to go in the police station with all of your info and any evidence so they are aware of the level of crazy you're dealing with here. Meanwhile, get yourself a baseball bat and some bear or pepper spray. Also, make sure your girlfriend isn't walking alone anywhere until this gets taken care of. And the OP replies and says, we are planning on going to the police station this weekend to hand in everything we have, plus everything I found on this guy. Managed to find his social media, which conveniently shows some of the exact outfits he's worn on camera around our house. Definitely won't be letting her walk outside alone. Got pepper spray a while ago because of both stalking incidents, but may need to invest in a bat. Currently only have a hammer, which I've been sleeping with since this started. And then another user says, do you have a dog? My 60-pound dog provides me with a great sense of safety. So does my stun gun. It looks like a flashlight and is purely defensive. I got it after being attacked by a dog, but it will stop a man coming in your door. My grandmother kept a shotgun loaded with buckshot near her back door. She used it on the coyotes that went after her chickens, but that too would work on a crazy man that's broken through your door. And the OP replies saying, "We sadly don't have a dog, as we have 3 cats. Girlfriend has a taser, but unfortunately, it's illegal to use it here without a license to carry, even if you're defending yourself. She is currently on a wait list for her license to carry classes, which are mandatory, and I've been trying to encourage her to call again to see if they'll bump her up because it's urgent. But for now, we're kind of stuck." And then the OP makes a quick update to their post and says, "Went to the police station today, and apparently this guy went to the station himself. After I posted the video through a neighborhood app, his parents became aware and confronted him. Well, he showed up at the police station and admitted he indeed tried to get into our home. Why? Because he is a robot from the future and needed to recharge the force field. He claims he isn't stalking anyone. Fortunately for us, I have proof that is a lie. Robots aside, so we are going to be asking our apartment manager to trespass him, and then we'll be moving forward with the restraining order tomorrow." And then the OP posts an update the next day titled, "How to get the police to take a dangerous stalker seriously." And basically, the OP just reiterates everything they've already gone over, so I'm not going to go over it again. But basically, at the end of the post, they say, "So my question is, how can I get law enforcement to take this seriously? I managed to find this guy's Facebook, and it's paranoid ramblings about the government, space, and finding his future wife in a dream. He mentioned meeting my partner in a dream. He has a collection of swords and speaks pretty openly about guns. However, I'm unsure if he owns any. I have many of the incidents of him being around our apartment on camera. Yesterday, the police didn't even write anything down. I'm not sure if that's normal. I was thinking of bringing every last bit of evidence I have to the police station this weekend, as I'm genuinely concerned this man could potentially hurt us. It has continuously been escalating since the initial contact with the note, and I truly don't want to find out what comes next. Any advice?" And now let's get into some of the top comments and words of advice. Someone asks where the OP is located, and the OP says, "We are located in Connecticut, so the same classes would apply. Unfortunately, we have significantly stricter laws in regards to gun ownership here." Another user says, "I am a recently retired police detective, and I've investigated stalking cases at one point in my career. I was also a stalking victim. I was a police officer of 26 years in Northern Virginia, and I also moderate r/protect and serve. Look up your state's stalking laws. Memorize it. Know the elements it takes to fit the crime. Start right now making a timeline. Write down dates, times, and specifics every time there's an incident. Include case numbers. Use language used in the code section. Take pictures of things considered evidence. Save emails, notes, and text messages along with other evidence. If this does rise to the level of stacking, if it hasn't already, you have this list to show detectives. You have that list to show the judge. Call the police when they do things that put you in fear. Even if they don't give you a case number, get an officer's name and badge number. Cut all contact with this person. Block their phone number. Do not acknowledge anything they do or say. All contact with this person should be through a lawyer or the police. Mail them a no trespassing order via certified mail. Have a police officer give them a physical copy if available. Talk to the police/a lawyer about the process of obtaining a protective order or a no contact order. Also, talk about when it's the appropriate time to do that. Keep your door locked. Never ever open the door for this person. Call the police if they show up at your door. Entering your house as a location of interest in their computer is a thing in some jurisdictions, so responding officers will know if your situation anytime they're dispatched to your address. Call and ask who investigates stalking. If it's a detective who investigates it, maybe you can meet with one of the detectives and explain your situation. Maybe think about home security, an alarm, a ring cam, and maybe something for self-defense. Even if just pepper spray, maybe a dog, automatic lights outside. And I think that's all good info to know actually for all of you guys watching, just in case you never deal with a stalking situation. And another commenter says, go down to the courthouse and get a restraining order that will give the officers more options if he shows up again. And the OP responds and says, would it matter if the only information we have is his name and a description? We don't currently have an address or phone number. He's a complete stranger to us. And the commenter replies to the OP and says, if you have a name, lots of other information can be found by the courts. The dude probably has an ID in the system that can give the other information. And then the OP posts an update 1.5 months later titled, Final Update. Hopefully. Creepy neighbor still hasn't moved his truck. So I posted a while ago about my neighbor. To make a long story short, he bought my girlfriend's car, began writing her love notes, showing up at our house constantly, and eventually confessed he was in love with her and wanted to be with her. Then, when rejected, her car magically got keyed and he started parking in her reserved spot in our parking lot, claiming his truck broke down. Police were called as he continued to escalate and get angry. During the initial post in my last update, I mentioned a second stalker and how it was confirmed this man was leaving notes, sending anonymous texts, a lot of which was mentally ill rambling, all to my girlfriend, and eventually showed up and tried to break in while I was home. Well, we took them both to court and filed for protective orders. Let's start with the second guy. Well, we went to the police station to hand in more information, and turns out he himself, let's call him Roger, went to the police station as well. Admitted he tried to break in, but said it was because he was a robot from the future and needed to recharge the force field, which is located in our basement. Okay, the police did nothing. Didn't even call us to tell us, and we probably wouldn't have found out if we didn't show up there. We also found out he had been in contact with our apartment's corporate office, claiming he purchased the complex and that everyone is to be evicted immediately. Our apartment manager also informed us he kicked in the laundry room door and attempted entry at a neighbor's house as well. Anyway, we go to court. He's there and ready. Immediately accuses the clerk of being in the CIA, so we know it's about to be a wild ride. My girlfriend goes up first. The moment they're sworn in, Roger sits down and goes, "All right, I'm going to start talking now," to which the judge tells him he absolutely is not. My girlfriend starts explaining everything to the judge, hands in her evidence. Roger's turn to speak. He goes on a tangent about how they worked together at NASA, how he is a clone and his clone is the one causing trouble. Claims he's been to every planet in the universe and that he is the inventor of Looney Tunes. The judge asks him if he understands why he's there and what's going on, and he says yes, then claims it was all a misunderstanding because he thought my girlfriend was someone else with the same name who he worked with at NASA with his clone. And if she wouldn't have just told him he had the wrong person, he would have left her alone. The judge grants her a protective order for the maximum, which is a year. Then it's my turn. For some reason, he is really agitated with me. They had to bring in extra security, so it bumped up from 1 officer to 3. He continuously interrupts me, says it has nothing to do with me, and that if I didn't want him breaking in, I shouldn't live there. Goes on another tangent about NASA and Matthew McConaughey. The judge tells him to be quiet or he's going to be removed. So he sits quiet for about 30 seconds to let me finish speaking. The judge asks if I've been scared, and I explain that it's been hard sleeping because I never know if he's going to show up and get inside. Roger responds with, "Then don't sleep there." He tells the judge that he purchased our apartment complex, that he owns it. He sent a check for $1 billion, and his proof is an email he sent to the apartment's corporate office, that if the judge has any questions, he can contact NASA. So the judge grants me a protective order for a year. Flash forward to a few weeks ago. Our apartment complex issues a no trespass order, and he's banned from the neighborhood. He showed up anyway, attempted to get inside someone's residence, and they called the police. He has continued to send emails to the complex, claiming he is the Pope and that they better comply with his requests. Anyway, last I heard, he's on a mandatory psych hold after the police caught him. And I truly hope this guy gets the help he needs because it's obvious he's living in a constant delusional state. Now, the neighbor. The reason I posted in the first place. This guy is a tool. He shows up to court, late mind you, says everything we're saying is blasphemy and lies, and that he wants a lawyer. So the judge asks him if he wants to postpone and get a lawyer. He says, "No, I want one now. Can I have a court-appointed attorney?" And the judge has to explain that it isn't criminal court, so they don't do that, and he'd have to pay for one. He goes on an angry tangent about how he's never done anything bad in his life, how he only helps people, and to be accused of this is blasphemy. The judge again asks if he wants to postpone, and he finally says yes. So it's pushed 2 weeks. 2 weeks comes up, and we get a massive storm. So it's pushed for 2 more weeks. During this 2 weeks, he is parked in front of our house, randomly going outside and shoveling cement anytime he sees us outside. I mean, literally scraping a shovel on concrete. And he'd do this all day. It's like he went from in love with my partner to pissed off and doing anything he can to annoy or intimidate her. Finally, we have our court date again. We show up. He's not there. He doesn't show. Didn't find a lawyer. Didn't come in to represent himself. Just pushed the date 2 weeks as what I suspect is some weird form of control. My girlfriend explains everything that's happened over the span of a few years. How at the initial hearing, he claimed he lived somewhere completely different. I forgot to mention that. He literally lied about his address after being sworn in. We had multiple neighbors as witnesses who stated he's lived there for years now. The judge asks if we've continued to have issues with him, and she explained that it's been minor passive-aggressive things to make us uncomfortable, but the physical contact has stopped. He asks how we could manage a protective order if he lives a few doors down, and she explains that the apartment complex has stated that he isn't on the lease and has been living there anyways, so this would give them the ability to evict him. She gets a protective order for 6 months, as the judge says he thinks this will be an eye-opening experience for him. We go home. Happy as hell, this is pretty much over. At least for now. And well, he must have been served because he was outside yelling about, "You've got to be fucking kidding me," holding a piece of paper and then angrily drove off. Either way, this has been a chaotic experience, and we are finally looking to move out of this neighborhood where the water obviously has lead in it or something. I don't know. I also want to mention, during my initial post, a lot of you said we should tell the neighbor's wife, despite our resistance. Well, we ended up telling her before we even filed for protective order, and she did not care. In fact, she didn't believe us. She showed up in court, supporting him 10 toes down, so there's that. Anyway, that's all. Hopefully I won't need to update on the situation ever again. Fingers crossed. Edited to add, we also found out Roger is a serial stalker and has been doing this for over 10 years to different women. We have no idea why he latched onto us specifically or where he even found us, but it's hard to feel bad for the guy when this has been a constant in his life. And not all of these stalking incidents involve mentally ill delusions either. Apparently, nobody has ever reported him before though. Update, again, I guess I lied. That wasn't the final update. Neighbor filed a motion to vacate the protective order. Claims he was late to court but did in fact show up and it was too late. So we have to go back again. Genuinely just want this to be over. And oh my God, I just feel so bad for the OP and their wife. I mean, imagine having to go to court like 5 different times over the course of weeks and having to deal with these crazy people. And one is possibly dangerous. I mean, showing up, trying to break in, all of that. And the other guy is just a complete asshole and also very creepy. But let's get into some of the top comments. Someone says, holy, how did you guys get this lucky to have 2 crazy stalkers in one neighborhood? This is the wildest thing I've read on here. They need to keep the NASA guy in a psych ward. He shouldn't be allowed out in public. If I were you, I would definitely move before those protective orders are up. And the OP responds and says, honestly, I wish I knew. At first, I thought they might be the same person. It was a slim chance, but it made more sense. Imagine my surprise when NASA clone man showed up and tried to kick my door in. I do hope he receives some level of assistance and gets medicated because he's going to hurt someone. All it's going to take is him trying to get into the wrong home, and he's going to be blasted away into a new Earth. And then another commenter asks the OP if the landlord or apartment manager can evict this neighbor who lives with the wife, and the OP says, yes, they will. They've started the paperwork to get him out. Laws here tend to favor squatters or tenants, so it's really difficult for landlords to actually kick people out. It can be lengthy and costly. I assume they just let it slide because they were paying rent and not really doing anything wrong. Now he's doing something wrong, so it gives them a reason to put the effort in. His wife is actually his ex-wife. He wasn't always living there. She was actually living there with her son, but their son passed away in the late 2010s, and I suspect he moved in after that, but I'm not 100% sure. As far as her not being upset, he is extremely manipulative. He treats her horribly, and I'm sure he's used to being able to lie his way out of things. He once told me he was accused of stealing women's underwear in their previous neighborhood. She still allowed him to stay after that, so I think she enables his behavior. Despite him treating her poorly, she is wildly convinced he can do no wrong. And then, guess what? That was not the final update, and the OP posted an update 10 days later titled, Final Update, hopefully, creepy neighbor still hasn't moved his truck. Well, previously I stated that our neighbor who has been harassing my girlfriend, you can read my other post for the full details, but it's long, filed for a motion to vacate the protective order. He claimed his wife fell that morning and they couldn't get to court on time. So we went to court again. This time he actually showed up and was on time. It takes about 20 minutes for him to answer basic questions like why he wasn't at the last court date. He claims he was. He wasn't. Finally, my girlfriend steps in and says he was at the first one, he was not at any of the others. The judge asks him why. He says his wife fell. The judge asks when she fell. He says 3 months ago. The judge asks if she fell the morning of the court date. He says no. His wife sighs and starts talking and is told to be quiet. She continues talking and they threaten to escort her out. She finally stops. He admits she didn't fall, but because of her disability, it takes a while to get ready and they were late. The judge says, okay, and gives him the chance to speak at another hearing. Everybody gets sworn in, and my girlfriend starts explaining the situation, how he makes her feel unsafe, how he's been giving her gifts, making intimate comments, and antagonizing her by parking in her reserved parking spot, parking in front of our house on the street, etc. This man responds by saying that she dresses scantily clad to bring the trash to the dumpster. She literally wears sweatpants and an oversized t-shirt, and she purposefully does so when he's outside to entice him into making comments. That his comments make her, quote, dance in her seat, that he was smitten by her, and that he didn't know it was so wrong to compliment someone, and that this is all vengeful. The judge asked him to define scantily clad, to which he himself to a new earth before saying, I don't know, colors. Then brought up how she wasn't wearing shoes once to get her cat at the vet. This is definitely not true, but whatever. No shoes is scantily clad now, I guess. He continued to go on and on about nonsense that has nothing to do with the case, talking about his car, his boat, how he's a good, honest person for 2 hours. He brought out a hand-drawn diagram of our streets made of duct tape, paint, and Sharpie, and used a pointer to show where our apartment is and where he is, and how she could easily avoid him by parking far away. To which the judge said, but that would make it a longer walk to get inside her home. Wouldn't it make more sense for her to walk the route already mentioned? And he responds with, well, I don't know, I hadn't done the measurements. He continued to aimlessly reference this diagram with no basis. He continuously brought up how my girlfriend was purposefully trying to entice or seduce him by being outside when he got home, walking by when he was around, waiting for him to come home, or just sitting in her car for a bit when she arrived back from work. He also said after confessing his love for my girlfriend, he did in fact hug her and claimed she said, "I love you to death." My girlfriend responds to this and says, I have literally never said that ever in my life, nor would I. My girlfriend calls me up to stand. He accuses me of being a liar because I didn't tell him my legal name. I'm a trans man. Nobody calls me by my legal name, nor do I introduce myself as such. And proceeds to ask my girlfriend if I'm male or female, to which the judge asks what the relevance is. I then give my statement, bringing up situations that made me feel uncomfortable. For example, giving her a box of heart-shaped cookies that he wrote, "Want to monkey around" on, or when he told me he was accused of stealing women's underwear. He goes on to question me and claims I asked him to clean our house, to which I said, that never happened, literally ever. He then says that I told him my girlfriend said I didn't clean enough, and I respond by saying I cook every day, and we each have a list of household chores that we complete, so I wasn't sure what he was referring to. Before the judge cut me off and asked him what the relevance was, he claims I asked him for his phone number to give to my girlfriend, which obviously didn't happen. He then questions why I sometimes walk by him to get to my car if I'm so afraid. I explained that, unfortunately, we live in the same complex, and sometimes I have places to go to, which means I can't always wait for him to go inside, considering he will stand outside all day if he sees us, so I have no choice but to walk by him to get to my vehicle. He asks if he's ever asked me for help. I say yes, then explain that he asked for help setting up his laptop. He asks why. I said because he wasn't tech savvy and needed assistance. He says why else? And I said because he wanted to do an ancestry DNA test. And he continues, no other reason? I said no. He then says that he asked me for help because he wanted to auction off his boat to help paralyzed veterans. I respond with, you never said that. You said you wanted to sell a leather jacket to help veterans, but never the boat, and it was never a conversation when bringing up the laptop. He then brings up an incident where I was helping an injured squirrel and says I asked him for help. I said I didn't. He just came over and asked what I was doing. The random questions and rants go on for a bit. He then accuses me of hacking into him and his wife's phone and claims I drained his credit card, claimed I'm tech savvy so I can do that. I am not tech savvy like that. I just know basics like setting up a laptop or helping with common iPhone use. He also accused me of going outside to the trash in just a t-shirt and nothing else, which again, didn't happen. After I'm done, the entire courtroom just looks exhausted. A woman asked me if he was drunk. Another mouthed, "Oh my God, I am so sorry." People had to leave during his long, aimless rants because they were on the verge of tears trying to hold in a laugh. At one point, he brings out a bag of evidence which includes credit card statements, which he claimed proved he was an honest man because he paid his bills on time. Another time he pulled out an AARP advertisement card To which the judge said, "Sir, that is an AARP advertisement." And he responded with, "Yes." And the entire courtroom started laughing. Every time this man would decide to go on and ask more questions or go on more rants, there was a sigh from everyone else in the courtroom. People were facepalming, shaking their heads, just sick and tired of hearing him talk. Even security was trying not to laugh at some of the ridiculous things he was saying. I mean, the guy brought a giant bag of mail with paid bills to try and prove his innocence, all whilst making himself look guilty just by speaking. He lied about the most random things and was all over the place. He told the judge he couldn't keep up because my girlfriend was all over the place and couldn't stay on topic. It was like he was projecting. I mean, 90% of the 2 hours was him talking about random shit. My girlfriend would only respond and say, "What was happening?" The judge finally decides to ask if he's done rambling and grants her a 6-month protective order. I don't know if this guy is going to try and fight it again, but this was by far the most chaotic courtroom we've been to. I mean, we have 2 different stalkers at once. One who is a mentally ill schizophrenic man, who is getting help now, and who we also have a protective order against, and somehow this one was more chaotic and crazy. At least the other guy just accepted answers and understood what asking a question was. This dude wouldn't ask a question. He would make long 15-minute statements and then stare at us. Anyway, fingers crossed this is over. We will be requesting copies of the transcripts because it was that insane. And then the top comment said, "I'm so sorry this is happening to you. Fingers crossed the order does its job." And the OP responds and says, "I'm hoping. We are also moving, thank God, so we won't have to be neighbors with this dude anymore." And that is the end of this truly insane Reddit thread. I'm just really glad that the OP is able to get the protective orders, and now it sounds like they are moving away. But holy shit, they had 2 crazy stalkers at the same time. Luckily, the schizophrenic man is getting the help he so desperately needs, but at the same time, that was very scary with him as well because he tried to break in. Yeah, I think the OP got super lucky here. The OP and their wife got super lucky here because these 2 guys are crazy, obviously. And they're just very lucky. Nothing else happened. Obviously, they got their time wasted. They had to go to court multiple times, which just sounds horrible, and have to deal with this gibberish and just nonsense. But at the end of the day, it sounds like it worked out the best way it could. But man, this was one hell of a thread, and I just hope that the OP and their wife are doing better now. Homophobic mother-in-law tries to kill OP and her own son to end their relationship. My husband and me, we're a gay couple. It's probably not that common to see gay people in the subreddit, but I have a mother-in-law too, and the relationship with her is so strained that I cannot help but to talk about it. I'd also like to apologize for my English. It's not my first language, so there might be some mistakes. We're married for 2 years. When we met, my husband was severely depressed because of mother-in-law's constant pressure to find a girl, marry, and make a family as soon as possible. She didn't care that he's very young. She didn't care that he wanted to get an education first. Her only concern was, you've got a job and now you must have a family. Nothing else matters. Just find a girl, marry, and have babies. My husband and me, we got an age gap of 11 years. Now he's 22 and I'm 33, but when we met, he was 20 and I was 31. That's why we kind of started as friends, because I was unsure whether something more was possible due to our age difference. However, as the time went by, we realized that we're falling in love. There's nothing we can do about it, and honestly, that age gap has never been a problem for us. We dated in secrecy for 2 years. He was staying at my place often, which led to mother-in-law to think that he has found a bride. My husband was like, "Yes, mom, I found someone I love." And mother-in-law was like, "Well, great. Then bring her over so I can judge whether she's the right choice." Even if he was straight, that's a messed up thing to say, as she obviously meant that he can only marry her if mother-in-law approves it. Then my husband told me that he was tired of hiding, that he wanted us to marry, and then he would come out to mother-in-law. I was happy to hear it because I was getting tired of hiding it too. We married the same way we dated, in secrecy. We only had a handful of good friends there with us, and the next day, my husband and me, we both went to visit his mother to tell her the truth. Even though my husband warned me beforehand that it might get ugly, I was still hoping that his mother would support her son, as he's her child after all. Fast forward to meeting mother-in-law, it did get ugly. More ugly than I could ever imagine. First, she thought we were joking, and when she realized we're not, she got livid. I've heard many homophobic things in my life, but I have never met a person that would be more homophobic than she was. "You've HIV, don't you?" "Oh no, you're not a shit pusher. There are no such abnormalities in our family. Where the hell did you get it from? 2 men cannot be a couple. That's bullshit. You need to see a psychiatrist." All these arguments and many more made me feel as if we were still living in the Middle Ages. She slapped my husband several times. When I pushed him behind me to defend him, she slapped me as well. She cursed me and cursed her son, telling him that he's not her son anymore and won't be until he refuses this lewd lifestyle, and yelled at us to get out of her house, which we gladly did. First, we thought about going to the police and report mother-in-law for assaulting us, but then we realized that we cannot prove it. No witnesses, no cameras, no nothing. My husband was very upset because I come from a big family. I've got 3 brothers and 2 sisters. I've got aunts and uncles, and I've got a bunch of cousins. He doesn't. He doesn't have a father. He doesn't have siblings, and his mother is basically his only relative. Of course, now he's a part of my family, but still, hearing your own mother saying such things to you is really hurtful. A few days passed, and then my husband received a call from mother-in-law. It seemed that she had calmed down and able to talk to him in a civilized manner. She visited him at his job, but my husband was wrong when he thought she was going to accept us. Once again, she tried to convince him that it's all nonsense, that our feelings aren't real, and that she has found a good doctor who could cure him from this. Of course, my husband refused to see any doctor because homosexuality is not a disease, and no medically educated doctor would say a cure is necessary. And then she asked my husband what I'm doing for a living, what's my profession, and he told her that I'm a firefighter. Suddenly, she seemed a lot happier, and she was like, "Oh, then it's not so bad after all." My husband asked her why would my job change her thoughts about me, and she was like, "Well, it's a dangerous job. Firefighters often have many accidents. Maybe he'll burn up one day." Holy shit. That is an insane thing to say. That is wild. Let's continue. Like, how evil do you have to be to wish that to another person? Obviously, she hates me the most because I'm the eldest, and she believes that I've messed up her son. I got to talk to her when she arrived at our house. Unfortunately, she knows where we live because she followed me home one day, which is another twisted thing. She told me to leave her son alone, that he's not gay, that this is all my doing and that she'll do everything in her power to separate us. I advised her to educate herself about homosexuality, as she's clearly very ignorant, and I couldn't convince her that I'm not after a quick fling with her son. I love him and want to spend the rest of my life with him. I told her that 2 years ago, she had led her son to depression with her bugging him about girls and not letting him live his life. She was like, I was just making sure he doesn't forget that he has some obligations in this life. What the fuck? Since when is marriage an obligation? I also reminded him that she wished me dead. I haven't forgotten it. And she was like, you deserve more than dead, you predator. I honestly don't know how and why that came across, because my husband has never been underage when dating me. Last night, she tried to break into our house. I don't know why, but it was obviously her. In the middle of the night, we were awoken by our dog barking and someone banging at our front door. Someone was jerking the doorknob for a good while. We didn't answer the door, of course, but my first thought was that it's the mother-in-law. When the morning came and we were leaving for work, the first thing I saw when I opened the door were many notes taped to it. They were all typed on the computer, and they all had the same content. Horrible things to me. There was my name and things like, die, I'm waiting for your death, you old F-slur, you predator, I hope your thing falls off, etc. My husband saw these notes too, and we were both sure that it was mother-in-law because no one else would do it to us. We talked to a police officer who's a friend of ours, and he said that we should save all these notes, but actually, the police cannot do anything because she hasn't actually physically attacked us. As long as those are just words, they can't do anything to her. Even when we told him that she hit us when we met her for the first time, he said that the main thing is proof, and if we don't have any proof, then police can't help us. We're actually thinking about moving because we don't feel safe anymore. We don't know what else could come to her mind. It's so very sad that we live in a country that's supposed to be safe for gay people, and still there are some individuals that don't realize that it's the century 21st and that people are different. And then we don't hear an update from the OP for a few days, and oh my god, nothing could have prepared me for the OP's title of the next update, which is titled, Update, Mother-in-Law Burned Down Our House and Got Arrested. Let's get into it. I'm posting for the second time now. I didn't see that coming. We made a big mistake when we didn't take mother-in-law's threats seriously enough. We thought that she's like a dog that barks but doesn't bite. Speaking of dogs, the only hero in this story is actually our dog. Heavens bless our dog. It happened at night. My husband and me, we are heavy sleepers. We were dreaming sweet dreams and didn't notice anything. If our dog hadn't jumped on our bed and barked, waking us up, we would probably both be dead right now. I'm a firefighter myself, and I realized that the fire was too big already and we couldn't put it out by ourselves. We escaped through the windows, fortunately unharmed. Somebody had called the firefighters, who happened to be my colleagues, which was a weird situation. It was the first time they had to work on their buddy's house. They tried to work as fast and as efficiently as they could, but our house is damaged beyond repair. We can't live in it anymore. Mother-in-law got caught and basically dug her own grave because she herself said that she was hoping till the last minute that her son would come to his senses, break up with me, and start to date women, but he didn't, and she felt ashamed that she has created such a deformed human being. So she decided that it is better to have no son than gay son. She basically said she wanted to kill him. She even thought at first what happened was classified as arson with the intent to damage the property, which would mean softer sentence, After those words, it became arson with the intent to endanger life. And that means much more severe punishment, even up to life imprisonment. Our lawyer said that most likely she will not receive the maximum sentence because no one has died, but she will receive at least a couple years behind bars. And there's not much her lawyer can help her with because she confessed. And she said such a stupid thing. Quote, "Well, my son's husband is a firefighter. Why didn't he save his house?" In the middle of the night, just awoken, no gear, no tools, no equipment, caught completely unaware by the fire. Are you serious, mother-in-law? You think that just because I'm a firefighter means I can put the fire out with my bare hands? Many people think that house fire is like they see in the movies, flames and light, but actually it is complete darkness. The smoke makes the room so dark within minutes that you can't even see your own hands. House fire is always like a dark night. Now we're living with our friends while we find another place to live. Our clothing, our documents, passports, marriage certificate, everything is gone, but of course, those are just things. We can buy them again. We are alive. That's the most important thing. My husband is done with her. He's so very upset that his own mother wished him dead just because he's gay. If before this, he still hoped that the relationship could be fixed, now he doesn't want to hear a single word about her no more. Her homophobic hate almost killed us, and it is our own fault as well because we didn't give her actions and words the seriousness they deserved. We know some gay people who also have the homophobic parents, but they have never actually tried to kill their children. I guess that's why we didn't think that it might happen to us. And then the top comment on this post is whether the dog made it out or not, and the OP reassured us all by saying, yes, he did. We got him out of the house before ourselves. OP and her husband mistreat their autistic son to the point of S-word, causes family to fall apart. And the original title of the original post was titled, "Our son committed S-word today, and our other children blame us. We don't know what to do." And the post reads as follows. This is an Am I the Asshole post as well as an asking for advice one. Sorry for the long text, but please read the whole thing as there are many important details in it that I couldn't fit into the too long didn't read. My husband, 59 male, and I, 50 female, have/had 3 children. James, 27 male, Kate, 23 female, and Stephen, 20 male. When he was 6, Stephen got diagnosed with autism, and we did everything to accommodate him and get help. He kept telling that he doesn't want any help and wants to be treated like a, quote, normal person. We always tried to reassure him that he needs it to achieve the same results as other kids, and he should accept himself and be proud and not listen to society or other people. By the way, everyone was always super accepting and did their best to accommodate. But Stephen wouldn't listen and said that he's as competent as other people and was it before he got diagnosed, and we started treating him like a subhuman too. Whenever someone would try to help him, he immediately started to explain that he doesn't want or need any help and came up with excuses. As he grew older, Stephen distanced himself from other people because he didn't want anyone to know him as an autistic person. He even asked us to let him change schools and not tell anyone at the new school about his condition, what we of course didn't allow. By the time he was in his early teens, he fell into a really bad depression and became S-word, but refused to take medication or go to therapy to treat it because at that point, he wouldn't accept any help from anyone at all, even if it wasn't for his autism. Stephen claimed that the cause of his depression was the special treatment everyone gave him, and he just wanted to live as a normal person. He tried to make a compromise that if we let him go to a different school where no one knows about his autism and stop treating him differently, he will get treatment for his depression. By then, James, Kate, and a few of Steven's teachers were encouraging us to let him do it, but we still said no. When Steven was 15, he attempted S-word. At 18, he finished school, got accepted into his dream university, moved out, and cut off contact with my husband and me. He still kept talking to his siblings. He left us an angry goodbye letter in which he claimed that we ruined 12 years of his life, that we are the reason he's still depressed, and that he hates us with a passion. He said that now he finally won't be known as a crazy, stupid, and awkward person who needs help for everything and can lead a normal life. We tried to call him and sent him letters and emails, but he didn't answer. Recently, we visited him at a university, but he wouldn't talk to us and eventually threatened to get a restraining order, after which we immediately left. We haven't heard much about him since then, but from what his siblings told us, he was doing better now, although he still suffered from depression. Anyway, today, he committed S-word. From what we know, he OD'd on medication. Kate, who told us the sad news, says that we shouldn't have given Steven any special treatment, or at least stopped when he told us to, and that by treating him differently, we basically drove him into S-word. She said that we have failed as parents and she will consider cutting contact with us too because she doesn't want people like us as parents. James agreed with her and said that we should at least acknowledge our mistake. Kate packed her stuff and left shortly after. She originally planned to stay for New Year's too, saying that if we want to keep a relationship with her, we should admit that we did wrong and learn from it. We, however, think that it's the fault of society with its standards and expectations, and Steven's own fault because he wouldn't accept any help. We are absolutely devastated. Is Steven's S-word really our fault? And what can we do to save what's left of our family? And now let's get into some of the top comments. Someone says, "It is your fault." Another user says, "The way you accommodate someone is doing what they ask of you. You disgusting excuse for human beings." Another user says, "You failed to do the most important thing. Listen to him." And another user says, "He was screaming to be heard, seen, and treated normally. It's like yelling into a void and getting nothing. Frustrating to say the least. The very least. It's not entirely your fault, but you're certainly not blameless." And then we don't receive an update for about a year. And the following update post a year later really isn't anything new. The OP just kind of goes over the exact same story and the same details as the last post. The only differences are the beginning and the end, with the post starting with, "Tomorrow would have been the 21st birthday of our son who committed S-word almost a year ago." And the OP gets into the same details of what happened the prior year. And at the end, the OP says, "Kate blamed us for his death, saying that he repeatedly told us how much he didn't want to be treated differently, but we never listened. She has also since cut off contact with us because she couldn't and didn't want to forgive us for killing her brother. Our other son has also been visiting and talking to us much less since then. In just a couple of months, we have pretty much lost all of our children. We tried to distract ourselves, but with Steven's birthday coming up, we can only think of him and our other children, even if they've abandoned us and he didn't like to celebrate his birthday." And then the OP posts an update about a month later titled, "How do we get our daughter to talk to us again?" And it reads as follows: "We miss him so much. Our 60 male and 51 female daughter, Kate, who's 24 female, completely stopped talking to us about 10 months ago. She did it because, according to her, we are to blame for her younger brother's S-word, which happened about 1.5 months prior to Kate cutting off contact to us. However, at the time of his S word, he has already also been no contact with us for over a year. He left for university, stopped talking to us, and blocked us everywhere immediately after graduation, and we didn't even know he had applied for university, with the exception of one time when we visited him at a university, and even then, he didn't talk to us. Kate's other brother, 27 male, still regularly talks to her, and we've tried to get him to get her to talk to us again, but he refuses because he thinks that Kate doesn't have to talk to us if she doesn't want to. And he also believes that our youngest committed S word because of us, even though it doesn't make any sense. She doesn't talk to any of her other relatives. We've reached out to her on social media, but she didn't answer, and although we knew where she lived until recently, we visited, but she was never home. According to her brother, she has moved to New York City this September because she enrolled into a PhD program at some university there. So we don't even know where she lives now. What can we do to get Kate to talk to us again? And now let's get into some of the top comments. Someone says, clearly they both think you killed their brother, and I doubt there's anything you can do to get her to talk to you. She might come around one day, but until then, you can't do anything. And the OP replies and says, but we didn't. We did the best we could, and at the time of his S word, he has already been no contact with us for over a year, with the exception of that one time we visited him, and even then, he refused to talk to us. And someone replies saying, I don't know your story, but if he's been no contact to you for a year, there's definitely a reason. He clearly thought you guys were toxic or to blame for a circumstance. You can tell us his story, but regarding your daughter, she won't talk to you until she is ready. Another user says, I'm sure you're heartbroken. I can't imagine the anguish you're feeling losing a child and the other children separating from you by choice. Some things need to be addressed and acknowledged within the family history. Until then, there's no healing. I hope you can get into counseling for your family's sake, if not your own. And then the OP posts an update about the same day, which is titled, My husband's drinking problem is getting out of control. What can I do? My husband has had a drinking problem for somewhat over 2 years now. He usually drinks vodka and occasionally wine, and has 2 to 5 shots of vodka on weekdays, and sometimes up to the whole bottle on weekends. When he drinks wine, it's even more, and he will even have an entire bottle during the week. When he's drunk, he is extremely angry, and although he doesn't get physically aggressive, he screams and yells a lot. And I basically don't get any real time with him, with the exception of the occasional few hours on a weekend, because he gets drunk as soon as he gets home on work days and often starts drinking by around noon on weekends as well. His drinking problem comes in waves. With my help, he has managed to get it under control multiple times, and although he would still drink almost every day, it was usually nowhere near enough to get him drunk. But it always gets worse again. He only began intensively drinking about 2 years ago when our youngest applied to university without us knowing, and then cut us off when he went off to said university. My husband felt very angry and betrayed, and he still is. And that's when he resorted to alcohol. Before that, he would only drink on special occasions like holidays, parties, and date nights. And even then, he almost never had enough to get drunk. I feel like I've lost him since his drinking problem began, at least during the waves when it's really bad, because he's drunk most of the time, and then all he does is just scream around. What can we do to end his drinking problem? And the top comment on this says, the problem with any addiction, alcohol, drug, gambling, gaming, etc., is that it is the addict's problem. They are the ones who want to have to fix themselves. Nothing you say or do will change that. Get some therapy for yourself. This is an extremely dysfunctional and toxic cycle. which is something you can work on. I wish you the best. And that is the last update we've received from the OP, and we have not received an update in over 3 years. It has been many years since I've told anyone about my experience. I normally keep it to myself, as anyone I tell it to thinks I'm crazy. I don't blame them either. If someone told me this story, I would think they were a lunatic. Be me. Just got out of high school. Wanted to do something fun. I decide that I'll kayak through the Florida Everglades by myself. My mom hates the idea. My dad thinks I'll be fine. I had been camping, backpacking, and kayaking for about 7 years then, so I was fairly experienced in bushcraft. Ergo, like my dad, I thought I would be fine. Boy, was I wrong. As a precaution, my dad gives me my great-grandfather's old groundhog hunting rifle. My face when my great-grandfather's groundhog rifle is a M1903 Springfield. Regardless, I grab my shit and rush off into the unknown. I decide to kayak around the Thousand Island portion of the Everglades. I push off a small island known as Chokoloski, and I made my way into the wild. I was ecstatic. Finally, I get to enjoy my favorite hobby with no one around to bother me. I camp at a small dinky campground known as Mormon Key. Pick related. It was a 10+ mile kayaking trip to get there. Plus, part of that was just navigated through the mangroves. Needless to say, I was tired as fuck. Make camp, cook dinner, watch the sunset, and go to sleep. I wake up to howling in the distance. Sounds like a wolf. Problem is, wolves have been extinct in the Everglades since like 1910. Kind of weirded out, but there is a body of water between me and the howling, so I don't really dwell on it. I wake up, make up a quick breakfast, and continue heading south in my kayak. End up going down the Lost Man's River. See red circle and pick, and I'll talk about the pick and show the pick after I finish this one thread. Find a place down the river to camp, set up camp, eat and sleep. That would be my last comfortable night of sleep for the rest of the trip, and maybe the rest of my life. Wake up the next day refreshed and head further down the river. Eventually hit the mainland. See blue circle on pic. Okay, so now we will talk about the pic. So he adds this picture of, I guess, Google Maps or Google Earth or whatever. We can see Mormon Key. You know, it's out in the Everglades. No people around, no cities around. I think the closest city is Everglades City or Chokoloski, where he originally left from. And then he headed down south towards Mormon Key, stayed there, and then I guess he went through that little inlet, and then he's all the way into the Everglades now at the blue circle. So he's a ways away from civilization and people in general. But anyways, let's continue the thread. OP writes about, I walk about 1.5 miles east before I decide to turn back. That was a mistake. I tripped, fell, hit my head, and knocked myself out. Fuck me. I wake up about 2 hours later. I pick myself up, orient myself, and start heading back towards the kayak. I get to where the kayak was, and it was gone. The rope is still tied to a mangrove, but the middle is chewed through. It finally hits me. The kayak is fucking gone. My tent, most of my food, water, other gear, and most importantly, my transportation is gone. I decide to get to dry land, as I don't want to be in the mangroves at night. I get to dry land, eat a granola bar, and decide to head northeast in the morning to try and get help. I fall asleep with my head on my pack and next to a fire. I wake up only 4 hours later to the noise of howling. Wolf howling. Once again, baffled, seeing as they should be extinct around here. I shine my light into the brush. I see an absolutely gargantuan wolf, bigger than I've ever seen. Think the size of a rhinoceros. I flip the fuck out and add what little dry wood I have to the fire. I spend the night clutching my rifle next to a dying fire. They eventually fuck off, but I don't let down my guard. Around sunrise, I immediately head northeast. I'm tired, hungry, thirsty, and just want to get help. I'm slowly trudging through knee-high water. I consider ditching the rifle to get rid of the weight. But then I remember those wolves. I keep going on and on mindlessly, checking every 10 minutes or so to make sure I am on course. In the middle of these mangroves is a small dry area. I figured that I could rest here for a short while. I walk into the clearing and I see a structure. It's a pyramid in the fucking Everglades. Think of Pick Related, but smaller. I am dumbfounded at what a pyramid would be doing this far out here. I didn't think that the local tribes ever got this advanced. I needed to keep moving, but I just found a hidden pyramid in the middle of the Everglades. Archaeologists and historians would kill to find this. I figure I need to stop and at least look at the place. I climb up to the top and there's a pit. Just a dark pit. Out of the pit, I can hear something faint. I get down on all fours so I can hear it better. I realize that there is wailing coming from the pit. Griefly, painful wailing. I probably get up and try to get the fuck out of there. In a rush, I trip. See a pattern? After tripping, the wailing turns to straight up screaming. It sounds like a fucking banshee. I'm convinced that anyone within 10 miles could have heard that shit. It was so deafening. I started hurrying back down when I see those damn dogs. There was a pack of 5 of them, all completely fucking huge. I drop my pack and climb up a cypress tree. I fire all 5 of my rounds into the biggest fucker there. He bleeds out under the tree, while the screaming from the pyramid is just getting louder and louder. The pack drags away the dead dog into the mangroves. I take my opportunity, jump down, and start booking it northeast. I left my pack to save weight, and am going through the mangroves as fast as I possibly can. I even throw aside the rifle, as I have no ammo for it, and it is just dead weight. Eventually, after an hour, I can't hear the screaming anymore. I'm dehydrated as fuck and hungry, but I keep moving forward. I find myself on a road, loop road scenic drive, with a bunch of police cars. They hesitate when they see me because I look like I've been through hell and back. They get me water and a granola bar and tell me to sit tight for an ambulance. When I ask how they knew to find me, they said some guy on the road called in about hearing incessant shooting a couple hours prior, and they had been searching since. I get to the hospital and the police interrogate me. I hesitate and tell them that I got lost and fired those shots at an alligator. They accept it and leave me alone. My family comes up in hysterics to see me. I confide in my dad about what actually happened. Naturally, he doesn't believe me and said that the dehydration must have made me hallucinate it. I go home and keep bringing it up. Eventually, he has me admitted to a psychiatrist for delusions and hallucinations. Gee, thanks, Dad. I've brought up the story to 2 other people, and both had the same response. I'm never going back to that place again, and I just want to forget about this. But I felt like I needed to tell someone. I don't care if you believe me or not, as no one does. I just needed to get it out. I don't know what I found out there, and it will, probably, stay that way. Good night, X. I'm going to bed. And then some people comment in the thread asking questions, and just a discussion pops up, and I'll read some of the comments people have on the discussion, and the OP eventually comes back and responds to some of them. One person says, "Good tale, Florida Anon. Did you feel any Indiana Jones vibes at all, or just terror? Cool story, bro. Take someone else to that pyramid and get rich. You are a schizo. It was dehydration. Fuck huge native wolves, get BTFO by Explorer and his rifle. Classic. Why didn't you tell about the pyramid though? Go to some archaeologist or college professor and tell them you found some pyramid in the forest. Don't include the wolves or screaming, just the structure. Maybe get some other guys to see it. Take me there, Anon. Let's hump some spirits and wolves together. Bringing a K-nut might actually help you out of this one. Just woke up. Figure I may as well answer a few questions before I head out for the day. Did you feel any Indiana Jones vibes at all, or just terror?" And the OP replies to this comment saying, "Upon discovering the pyramid, I was still in survival mode. I guess I had a little bit of an Indiana Jones vibe, hence why I did climb to the top. But I mostly just wanted to get out of the Everglades as quick as possible. Mind you, I had heard and seen the wolves before I was dehydrated. I had a half-full water bottle with me after I lost the kayak, and by the time I saw the pyramid, I had been dehydrated for less than 24 hours. If I go up to any archaeologist or college professor, I doubt they will believe me. Finding a pyramid in the Everglades is unbelievable, and would rewrite the history of the whole region. Most people don't believe it, let alone waste resources or time on it. There is no way I'm going back there. I steer clear of the West Everglades after that incident. Even if it did, I'm not 100% sure I could find the place again. Tell me the general location. I'll gladly die for some actual spooky shit, my dude. My face when my great-grandfather's groundhog rifle is at an M1 903 Springfield. He must really not like groundhogs. That's pretty funny. And then some people keep talking. You were supposed to go into that pyramid and find a great sword in the clutches of a mummified Atlantean king, and use it to cleave off your shackles and hew the Hyperborean direwolves asunder with the great ancient blade and your iron thews while you call out an oath to Crom. But instead, you fucked up so bad, you not only failed to take revenge on the Serpent King who took your father's sword, but you let the reptiles have your great-grandfather's rifle too. Why the fuck would anyone kayak through a giant sweltering alligator spawning pit to begin with? There are campsites scattered along Lost Man's River, some picnic benches, etc. Have a look around on Google Maps. It would be cool if it wasn't fake and you actually confirmed the existence of the pyramid-like structure off that river. And then the OP comes back saying, I'm back, figure I may as well answer more questions. I don't suggest it. You could easily die out there, even without the paranormal jazz. Exposure and dangerous wildlife can easily kill you. Please don't go out alone. And please get to know the area first, or better yet, don't go at all. I've attached a better, more updated map, sitting at Chokolotski, where I first pushed off with my kayak. The green line is the first day, red line is the second day, purple line is the third day, and orange line is the fourth day. All black dots are where I camped or where I got picked up. I had to navigate through mangroves and crap on foot for the fourth day, so I figured that the temple could reasonably be anywhere in the orange circle, with the orange dashed line being an approximation. Keck, I thought the same thing when I was given the rifle. Your comment made me chuckle. Why the fuck would anyone kayak through a giant sweltering alligator spawning pit to begin with? Another Anon already pointed it out. But the outer area, where I was kayaking in the first 2 days, have designated camping areas about every 2 or so miles. I suppose something about the area is just charming to people. I go because I like the area, and I like isolation. Hence why I went even deeper. Not faked, but I appreciate the article. I've heard about other pyramids around the Everglades, but there seems to be only mentions of them here and there. I've also heard about one near the Lost Man's River, but I believe that their story says they just viewed the temple from a distance, never visiting it. And that is the last we ever heard of from Florida Anon. And I thought this was so interesting. I mean, like Florida, all of that is so interesting to me, and a lost pyramid of some sort, that is crazy to me. And, I just recently moved to Florida, so if this video gets 30,000 likes. We probably won't reach that, but I did that for a reason. If this video reaches 30,000 likes, I will go explore for the lost 4chan pyramid. That'd be a good video. I'd make a video about it. It would be a banger video, to be honest, but 30,000 likes, I will go look for the lost Florida pyramid. Hopefully not die out there. Maybe even see some big wolves or something paranormal. That'd be interesting. So, yeah, if this video reaches 30,000 likes, I will go looking for it in real life and film it all and make a video about it. That'd be super interesting, but I doubt we will reach that goal, but, we never know. That could be very, very interesting. But, yeah, this was a very good story. I enjoyed it a lot, and, there's a lot of mysteries out there in national parks, especially the Everglades. So if you want to see me go explore for a lost pyramid, like the video and subscribe to the channel, and on to the next one. Entities me and my neighbors had to deal with back in 2005. Move into house in the outback in South Australia in 2005. Pretty much every person living in our street had only lived there for under 5 years, apart from an elderly couple that lived at the end of the street. This elderly couple had lived in the street for 40 years and had raised their children in the street. They said strange things happened on that street, and a lot of people can't handle it and leave. They never really went into what scared people, just saying the whole street was haunted or something like that. But they did say it only started happening in the early 90s. First experience I had was a week after moving in. I heard a low-pitched humming sound coming from outside my bedroom window. When I looked out, I saw this tall, black figure with long arms and long fingers, with no facial features. He was slightly transparent. He was backed up against the wall, holding up the garage area of my house, due to its height, he had to be hunched over. I was looking out for about 5 seconds before it realized I was looking at it. It turned its head towards me, and I quickly ran away from the window and ran and told my parents. My dad went out and saw nothing was there. I sketched what I saw, pic related. And we can see the picture he drew. Black figure, long fingers, long arms, and very interesting. And then he keeps posting and he explains, I started hanging out with the neighborhood kids. We were all teenagers, and they told me their stories, and all described the same figure I had seen. One of the kids was Aboriginal, and we would go visit his grandfather a lot. He called the entities Myaluma, which translated roughly to stranger man. He said that the Aboriginals in the area had been dealing with them long before the arrival of Europeans, and said that they weren't of the land, which kind of meant they didn't belong there or weren't native to there, and that they would take children away and eat them. He said that the Aboriginals cast them behind the creek, but since the creek partially dried up, the Myaluma had once again been able to get into the town. The town that I lived in was built directly over the previous Aboriginal settlement. This Aboriginal tribe wasn't nomadic and had remained in a small area for over 1,000 years. One day, me and my friends were playing cricket out on the flat pitch of desert in between the road and my house. The sun was setting, and as we were packing up our stuff, we noticed that there were people off in the distance approaching the road. The closer they got, the more details we could see, and we noticed that they were fully black, tall, and that they weren't walking but floating. We could also hear a low-pitched humming sound that got louder the closer they got. We bolted back to my house and told my parents, but my parents once again just didn't believe us. I hassled my father enough to drive down on his motorbike to the area we saw them approaching. After 9 minutes, he came back to the house, visibly shaken, saying he saw them, and that I wasn't to go down there anymore. Every time I tried to get details on what happened, he would always change the subject. And then the OP attached a picture of his bedroom window and where he saw the figure standing. So for everyone about to call this story BS, I mean, the OP does include pictures of his house and the area around it, so that does add some credibility to it, in my opinion. But you see where he points out his bedroom window and where the figure is standing. I don't know why, but that is so creepy and disturbing to me. And he continues his story saying, one night I was coming home from a party with my friends, and as we passed the empty lot in the street, we saw these two small figures sitting on tree stumps, just staring at us. One was bigger than the other, and once again we heard a low-pitched humming sound. We were all high as fuck, and we're just standing there, laughing, thinking we were tripping out, until we realized that we were all seeing the exact same thing, and we couldn't all be hallucinating the same thing. One of my mates took a step towards the one closer to us, and when he did, it made this very deep growl. I had never heard anything like it. And to make a long story short, we screamed and ran to my house. I'm mentioning this because unlike the tall figures I had seen, and I'd seen them a lot at night, these things were completely physical and not transparent. They were shaped like babies, but didn't have a neck. And then he attaches a picture of the two tree stumps they were sitting on. Very interesting. And then he continues talking. Now this is where shit heats up. There used to be a group of kids that would take their dirt bikes beyond the creek and would go riding way out in the desert. One day they didn't come home, and everyone assumed they'd just gotten lost. They were found a week later. All 5 of them. They were alive, with no food and no water, out in the Australian outback for a week. What scared me was what one of the kids' younger brothers told me. He said that his brother had said they saw a light out in the desert, and they felt compelled to follow it. He said he felt like he was in a trance, and they didn't stop following this light for the entire week they were out in the outback. He said no matter how far they kept traveling, they didn't seem to get anywhere close to it. He said if the farmer that found them hadn't have found them, they never would have stopped following the light, and eventually would have died. And then he attaches a picture of what it looks like. It's kind of dark to see, but it looks like He points out his house, and then here's the creek that runs around the town, but due to it drying out, it stops around here. So you can see his house, the creek that he's talking about, and I assume all the way down there is where the kids were. Very cool that he's attaching these pictures so we get more of a perspective. Anyway, getting to the final part of the story. So my mother had gotten sick of me being scared all the time and called her sister, who lived in Adelaide, to come visit. She's a psychic or something. So she comes down. In the moment she pulls up, she tells us not to tell her anything about what we've seen, and that she's going to wander around the street for a while and come back and tell us what she saw. When she came back, she was visibly shaken. She told me that these things were unlike anything she had ever experienced, and that she had also run into the spirit of an old Aboriginal woman. The woman told her that her tribe were a split-off group from the Tharawal and came to that area that would become the town I lived in to escape the Mayamula, but the Mayamula followed them. The woman then showed her horrific images of these things slaughtering Aboriginal children and eating them through a small slit in their mouth. The woman then told her she drowned herself in the creek, so she would act as a spiritual barrier to keep the Mayamula out. She said this worked until a pyramid-shaped pathway was built facing the way the Mayamula had come from. This allowed them to come in once again, not the fact that the creek had dried up. And then the OP attaches another image. I can't read the top part, but I think it says, "This is where me and the neighbors would spot the tall figures entering the street," and then pyramid shape in the pathway, and then my house was on the corner opposite to this path. So I guess this is the pyramid thing they were talking about that allowed the Mayamula to come back. And the Aboriginal woman led my auntie down the path to show her something even more terrifying. After eating the small children, they would rebirth these kids to be their minions or some shit. My auntie said these things are completely physical and live out in the desert, and sometimes come into the town for food. She said these things are harmless and mainly just keep an eye on people for the Mayamula. My auntie became confused and said if they were killing children just to make them despise, then what was their motive in the first place? It was explained to her that the Mayamula just seemed intent on inflicting pain and suffering on people. She said that they would R-word women and men alike, make women miscarriage, cause accidents, and kill the weak. Despite this, they seem to have a personal vendetta against the Aboriginal woman's tribe and seem intent on wiping them out. This is why they remain focused on the town. And then he adds another picture. Behind the green fence is flat, desert going, until it hits another road, then the desert continues. Pyramid pathway. So I guess this is where all the activity happens with these tall Mayamula figures. And then he continues saying, my auntie came to the conclusion that the Mayamula aren't human spirits and aren't spirits at all. She believed that they were a physical, reproducing race of beings and are most likely aliens. She said she had heard of similar beings all around the world. And then he adds another picture, empty lot with the 2 tree stumps. Here's a view of my street. So I guess this is just where it all took place, on this weird corner of this neighborhood. And then he keeps talking, saying, after hearing all of this, we put the house on the market and began preparations to leave. A couple of days before we left, I went on one last motorbike ride where my father has told me not to go. While riding along a dirt path, I saw this rock on the side of the path. It was weird because it looked like it was smoothed down a bit and had some markings on it. I don't know if it's related at all to what had been happening. I personally think it's someone playing a joke because none of the engravings on it are Aboriginal, and the engravings on it are all over the place. Anyways, I took it with me when we moved. Pick related. So yeah, this is my experience with the paranormal. Thought I'd share it with you all, and it'd be great if someone else had an experience like this that they could share. And then the picture of the rock, I mean, I personally wouldn't take it with me, but it looks like there's a star on it, maybe a mother and a child, some other weird symbols, maybe some sort of like alphabet or just some sort of weird language. And then the final post on the thread says, "Gotcha, mate. He's going to send more when he decides to not be a lazy fuck." And I guess this is someone he knew who got a picture of this Malamula. And here's the picture. And his friend says, "There you go, mate. Still gives me chills. Fuck." And then I guess the OP says, "Thanks." And yeah, fucking. And then you can't see any more of the text, but you can see the figure. So, what do you think? Do you think the OP was really seeing things out there in the Australian outback, or it was just some BS 4chan thing he was making up? I mean, the pictures he added do add a lot of credibility, to be honest. I think it helps set the scene. I think it shows like what he was talking about. I think that does add a lot of credibility, but still, who knows? I think the Australian outback is something that really isn't talked about often, especially on YouTube and in the paranormal or, scary niche. I think Australia does have some stuff going on in the outback. I mean, I don't know what it is, but I think it's very interesting, and I'm glad this post was made, and I'm glad I found it because it's very interesting. And I'm just curious to hear what you guys think. I tend to believe him. I think he might have saw something out there, and that final picture did add some credibility, and it was incredibly creepy. And so, leave your thoughts down below, and on to the next one. Amazed that someone didn't post it yet in countless K Nope threads I've been in. Comes from very first K Nope thread. Heading for in the woods with a bunch of mates somewhere in Northern Europe. We decide to hike to this old abandoned Cold War era military facility. Reach the facility after 2 days of hiking. Shit is cash. We spend the day exploring and plinking birds with 22s. By nightfall, we set up a camp in one of the empty warehouses. We go outside, set up a campfire, and start making stew. All of a sudden, we hear the loudest and weirdest roar I've ever heard. We all shit ourselves, grab our rifles, and stare into the darkness. Something is moving about 100 meters out. We hear it rushing through the woods into the facility area. We stand there, silent, listening. Then it stops, and suddenly, it is dead silent all around us. Just the stew slowly boiling on fire. We look at each other and have a brief chat. We decide to carry on with making the stew. Next morning, we wake up and start packing. Everybody is making jokes about how we got so scared of some bear, etc. My buddy sees something lurking on top of the biggest facility building. We try to have a look at what it is, but it's too far away, some 200 meters maybe. It is just standing there, with 2 legs, probably staring at us. The thing is huge, maybe over 7 feet tall. I reach for binoculars to have a good look on who is trolling us with ghillie suit. Just as I find the binos, my mate starts shouting. I look at the creature, or whatever it was, and it seems to be running via the facility wall like a lizard, very, very fast. By now, it is clear it is not human, nor any animal I know of. It disappears behind one big bunker structure. We decide to nope the fuck out of there. We're scared shitless even though it is day. As we are hiking back, we don't take any breaks before nightfall. As the sun sets down, we make a camp and start preparing supper. Everyone's a little tense and we try to joke around. I mean, very first K-Nope thread I was a part of. It's a very long one. Someone may want to screen cap it. And also I forgot to mention, here is a map of the area they're in. What is that? Protacanta Reservoir? I don't know where this is, but interesting. And sorry, I just did more research, and it's Portifata Reservoir, and it's in very, very, very North Finland. I mean, it's probably far north as you can get. And so these guys are way out there. I mean, there's not even Street View, like Google Earth Street View anywhere near it, but yeah, they are a ways away up there. Very interesting. We decided to do guard duty during the night. My shift is 01 through 03, so I guess 1 to 3 in the morning. Birds are singing like crazy. They do that during the nighttime here. And I managed to see a lone rabbit hopping around our campsite. I would have popped that fucker, but I wanted to let my buddies rest. Suddenly, the bird stops singing and the rabbit stops. Raises its head like it's listening to something. The rabbit nopes out of there very fast like it's running for its life. I feel very uneasy and flick on my flashlight and shine it towards the darkness. I'm hoping to see a glimpse of a fox, etc., that could have explained the strange behavior of the other animals. But the forest around us seems empty. Just as I'm putting the light out there, I see something move behind the bushes around 100 meters away. It was something big. I shine the light directly at the bushes and try to get a look through my 10 through 22 scope. I managed to see something moving there, and I believe I saw a pair of yellowish eyes. Then it stands up. I don't know to this day what the fuck it was, but it was hairy looking, very dark, and had a face. The face of lighter color, and there were two eyes, two yellow eyes. The thing was around 7 feet tall, somewhat human shaped. Although I didn't get a very clear look with my shit tier flashlight, I was 100% sure that the thing wasn't a human, so I started panicking, raised my gun, and lit that fucker up. I emptied the whole 25 RD Butler Creek mag in about 3 seconds. I didn't even aim. My buddies woke up and started shouting, and it was all chaos for half a minute. I tried to tell them what had happened as fast as I could. Having dropped my flashlight, I didn't know if the creature had been hit or if it was there anymore. One of my buddies picked up the light and directed it at the direction I was pointing my gun at. And there it was, just standing. Suddenly, the thing just kind of falls down and starts slithering at us, making no noise at all. We start screaming, grab our packs and guns, and start noping out of there. We must have ran like 10 kilometers straight up before taking a break. All of us were shaking. We didn't share a word. We walked the rest of the way to the public campground in DEFCON 1, weapons ready and listening to every crack. I've never been as happy as I was when I saw some German tourists grilling sausages by their RV. They were all like, what the fuck, when we exited the woods with guns in low ready stance. We said nothing, walked to our car, and drove away, breaking pretty much every speed limit on the way. We talked about the thing on the way home. None of us knew what it was, but everyone had seen it, and everyone was convinced that it was not a human, nor an animal of any sort. We decided to stay away from the woods for a while. Problem is that the wildlife around here is scared of people, even children, and there has been one bear sighting in over 80 years. Continued, the best is yet to come. Last summer, we decided to be tough guys and find out what the hell that thing was. This time, we would go with 3 ATVs, in case we would have to bail out fast. We took 2 cameras, 3 308s, and 1 1276 with slugs. There were 4 of us, by the way. Load of survival gear, and one of my buddies managed to get a Gen 2 Envy camera. We also had 7 pipe bombs in case shit got out of hand. Yeah, it was kind of lame fake operator tier shit, but we thought we'd get all famous and shit if we actually killed it or got footage of it. Anyways, we entered the woods with our gear and headed for the facility. Again at the facility, everything looks normal and birds are singing again. No sign of anything abnormal. We decided to map the surrounding area and look for anything suspicious. Nothing was found. We make camp at the very same warehouse as we did the last time. Night falls and everything is still normal. We have guard shifts during the night, but nothing happens. Next day, we start exploring the woods area around the facility. We find a peculiar pile of dead trees. Looked like someone had hauled them there. We take a closer look. The trees are arranged in a fashion similar to a huge bird's nest. In the middle of the nest, there is 1/2 rotten moose carcass and a shitload of different animal bones. We start quietly noping back to our campsite. We park our ATVs next to the warehouse. We keep our camp in. We enter the camp warehouse and see our camping gear all torn up. The somewhat expensive cameras smashed to against the floor. Food taken and sleeping bags torn to pieces. Fuck. We take everything we could in like a minute and start driving the hell out of Dodge. It's evening by the time we get back to the public campground. A police officer stops us by the gates and checks our gun permits. Then the officer proceeds by asking whether we wanted to volunteer for a search operation. Our ATVs would be much appreciated. Some hiker had apparently gone missing in the nearby forest, 20 kilometers from the facility site. We look at each other and shake our head. One of my buddies quickly says something about being late and we drive out of there. The dude who went missing was never found. We decided that we wouldn't go in a woodsing in that part of the country anymore. No, we didn't, sadly, but there you go. Dude who went missing actually was found. Local police released it to the media. And he linked the actual article, but it's all in Finnish, and I can't read Finnish, and like you need to sign up for something. And so I'm not going through the whole effort of signing into a Finnish website. Title says, Missing Thai Berry Picker Found Dead in Lapland. So that's interesting. So do you think something was out there? Do you think it was a Wendigo or a skinwalker or something of the sort? Or do you think it's just a 4chan story? But it's very interesting how there is an article of someone who was found dead in the area. So maybe something's out there in the northern Finnish woods. Who knows? A few years ago, in 2008, a native friend and I went up to the Northwest Territories on a hunting trip. A little background. I live in Alberta and I'm in the Canadian Army. 3rd Canadian Division, so I'm a good tracker. My friend, who we will call Penua, which is his surname, is Algo Quion, also a good tracker. He also lives in Alberta, but was born on a reservation. His family had taught him all the legends and customs when he was growing up, but he handles modern society well. Anyway, we drove for a long time. I wasn't keeping track, but it was more than just a few days. We were headed to a heavily forested region west of the Great Slave Lake. Pick related. I believe that's the general area that this happened. There were no government roads back there, so the drive was rough. The snow was also shit, but we were both used to it and loved cold weather anyway. When we had found a good spot to park, we got our things out of the bed of my truck and began our trudging through the snow to find a place to set up camp. We wanted to camp in a place a few kilometers from where we parked, to give us a bit of a challenge. Even though it was very heavy snow, the place was beautiful. The nature was completely untouched. I tried snapping a few shots with my phone, but none of the pictures came out good. It was disappointing, but at least the drive was worth it. After walking for about 3 hours, we came into a clearing in the trees and made the decision that it was where we would set up camp. I began setting up our 2-person tent. And Panuwo, and I can't even pronounce this guy's name, I'm sorry, but I'll just call him Pan from here on, it's just easier. And Pan was clearing the snow off of the ground to prepare a fire pit. I had set up the tent and our sleeping bags and helped Pan with the fire pit. Once that was done, I told him to follow me to find some firewood. He nodded, understanding that it was going to be dark soon and we would need fire. We both had hatchets with us and began chopping branches off some of the pines close to the camp. The wood was wet, so it was going to be difficult to get it dry for the campfire. We had a good stack of thick branches and carried them back. When we returned, there were tracks in the snow that weren't ours. They seemed to be a kind of morphed human footprint. Pan and I exchanged strange looks and set our wood piles in the area that was cleared for a fire. You think someone else is camping nearby, I asked? Pan shrugged and replied, I can't say for sure. Normal people wouldn't walk in the snow barefoot. We returned to our tent and took our rifles out of their carrier cases, now alert. We should get the fire going now. We've probably got an hour left of sunlight, I said. I headed to the pit, set up some of the wood, covered it with some dry hay that I had brought for fire starting, and got to work on the flint. The fire died out early, so we tossed our beers in a plastic bag and headed into the tent. I got in my sleeping bag and fell asleep quickly. I was awoken late at night by the sound of snow crunching. I got out of my sleeping bag as silently as I could, but the movement seemed to alert whatever was outside, and the snow crunching stopped. I shook Pan until he woke up. He knew I wouldn't have woken him up unless it was something serious. I pointed to the tent door and grabbed my rifle. Pan grabbed his as well. I practically tore the zipper down and snapped my rifle up as fast as I could, stepping out of the tent slowly. Pan held a flashlight in one hand and his rifle in the other, pointing the lights in all directions. Nothing, except more footprints like we had found earlier. Something was definitely following us. I'll get a fire going. Don't you let go of that rifle, I told. Pan nodded and held his rifle with both hands. I got a fire going as fast as I could and pulled my rifle from around my arm and sat close to the fire. We sat there until sunrise, feeling watched the entire time. I was sweating even though it was probably 5 degrees outside. When it was light enough, we made a quick breakfast and decided we would track whatever was following us. For the next 4 hours, we were following a very faint trail. We couldn't be sure what we were following, what made the tracks a camp or just wildlife. That part was written really badly, but I think he's just saying we don't know what was making the tracks. And regardless, we were led to a carcass forced onto a branch of a tree. Basically, it was as if someone had torn a caribou in half and forced the second half onto a branch. It smelled awful and was partially frozen. It seemed like it had been there for at least a day or two. We continued following the trail, but the smell of death and decay never really left. Somewhere along the walk, we had heard a very distant, but also a very distinct shriek of some sort, like the sound a pig makes when it's being butchered, while still alive. The hairs on the back of my neck stood straight up. "We should turn and leave," Pan stated. "Why?" "Bad spirits walk among us." I gave him a kind of, "what the fuck are you talking about" look, and replied, "Are you sure? I'd like to know what the hell is out there. Your curiosity is going to get us killed." I sighed and nodded, letting Pan take point on the walk back. I didn't recognize anything on the way back, not even the dead caribou on the tree. "Are we lost?" I asked. Pan stopped and turned to me and said, "I don't know." The trail vanished only minutes after we turned back. I was pissed. Why the fuck didn't you say anything? I didn't want to alarm you. I figured if we walked in the same direction we came, we would get to the camp. Even our own tracks are gone. We need to stop now and figure out where the hell we are. I took my backpack off and opened it up, searching for my map and compass. While I was busy in my backpack, I saw Pan scramble for his rifle from the corner of my eye. He brought it up and fired off 3 rounds. I looked at him and said, "What happened?" I also brought up my rifle, but noticing Pan's face was white as snow on the ground. "Wendigo," he said. "What?" Pan didn't reply. He simply began backing up and back into me. I closed my backpack, put it on, and we both jogged through the trees. We had now been out there for close to 7 hours, and the sun was going to set soon. I took duct tape from my bag and secured a flashlight on the end of the rifle, handing the tape to Pan for him to do the same. We were no longer jogging, but picking up the pace indeed. We wouldn't be able to track anything in the dark. We were feeling watched all the time and kept hearing branches snapping only meters away. Somehow, though, we found our camp. By this time, it was already dark. We packed up our things as quickly as we could and left the non-essentials behind. Our tent had been torn open as well as our bags. It was very obvious that something was here. Right as we were about to depart, I shined my flashlight at the tree line that we just came out of. What I saw made my animalistic instincts kick into hyperdrive. It looked so skinny that its bones were almost pushing out of its skin. The eyes appeared so sunken, almost black, and the bony fingers were jagged, like twigs. It was just standing there, watching us, a vicious black fluid dripping from its mouth. I gasped for air and fired a round, cocked the rifle, fired again, and again. My hands were shaking bad. Pan now had also began firing. Once the smoke had settled, the thing was gone. We were now sprinting to find my truck. I wish we hadn't parked so far away. We had no idea what our surroundings were, only what direction we were going. Everything was dark except for the strained beams of our flashlights. I was so exhausted, and I was now running entirely off of adrenaline. We heard the screams again, but this time it didn't stop and were much closer to us. I turned while running. Where the fuck was Pan? I stopped running, knowing the danger, but I was not going to leave my friend behind. I shouted his name multiple times, only hearing the ghastly, inhuman screeches in return. I shined my flashlight at the trees, desperately looking for any sign of him. He was gone. Then I saw movement, a lot of movement. This was no longer just one thing hunting me, this was many things hunting me. I didn't want to leave Pan behind, but my brain screamed at me to fucking run. Whatever they were now only 1 to 3 meters behind me, and my body just kind of turned and began sprinting on its own. At least, that's what it felt like. I now knew what it was like to be a gazelle being chased by the lion. I felt nothing but fear. I have no idea how long I was running, but at one point I broke out of the trees and into the road. I was ecstatic and continued sprinting down the road until I spotted my truck. I tore my keys from the lanyard on my backpack, and as soon as I got to the door, I shoved the keys in and threw myself onto the seat. I locked the door hoping it might do some good and started the engine. The headlights went on, and there he was. Standing in front of the car was Pan. I screamed, "Get in the car!" Instead of running to the passenger door, he twitched and seemed to float towards the driver's door. My instincts once again kicked in and I slammed the pedal. I was practically flying down the iciest roads you can imagine. I have no idea how I didn't wreck and die. I didn't slow down until I was back on the government road. I was almost crying the entire time. When I got back to the nearest town, I told the police what happened. I left out the Wendigo part, fearing they would dismiss my story as a joke. I told them my friend's name, where we had camped. I left them my phone number, and started my drive back to Alberta. I couldn't wait to get back home. They still haven't found him. And then attached on this post is a Bigfoot map, like a map of reported Bigfoot locations, and you can see Alberta, there's a few. I mean, they're talking about the Wendigo, so I don't know if this has anything to do with it, or it's in relation at all, but a lot of Bigfoot reports in the US, but not a lot in Alberta, but who knows what happened to his friend, and hopefully he's all right. Pan. And yeah, I'm sorry I couldn't pronounce that right, but anyways, on to the next one. Today, I want to share a story with B about my winter deep in the Yukon with my grandfather and the strange things that occurred during those dark, frozen months. Quick note, this story is a little long. About 3 years ago, when I was at the spry age of 18, I had decided that I wanted to take a year off of school before going to university. Do a bit of soul searching, if you will. Well, as it happened, my father decided that this would be a great opportunity. You see, my grandfather Dana had been trying to get me to go out to his cottage for a few years now. Learn a little about yourself and your heritage. Now, my grandfather is the toughest son of a bitch I have ever seen in my life. An example. When I was 15, my family took me skiing in Jasper, and my grandfather tagged along. During that trip, Dana hit a fallen log that had ever so slightly covered in snow and plowed straight into a spruce tree. Tore his lip open down to the cheek. Once we caught up to him and started freaking out and talking of getting an ambulance, he just calmly stood up, told us, while his lip was hanging open enough to see his teeth, that he'd be fine and was going to go back to the lodge to patch himself up. As it turns out, this involved him skiing all the way back, grabbing a sewing needle and some fishing line, and stitching his own face back together in the bathroom mirror. An hour later, he was back out on the slopes as though nothing had happened. He still has a vicious scar too. He is a born Swede, a massive guy, around 6'6", and pretty muscled despite being in his 60s. He's a pretty quiet guy and rather eccentric. He lives on his own in the middle of a frozen hellscape at a time in his life where most would be retired, so go figure. The main reason I hadn't gone with him sooner was because my mother was terrified of me going off to live with my crazy relative for any length of time. Despite my father's assertion that I'd be well taken care of and was old enough to fend for myself, this year was to be different though. Through some Herculean effort of coercion, likely involving the fact that I was moving out soon anyway, I was granted to go with him. My family lives in Alberta, and my grandfather off in the northwestern Yukon, past the Minto mine if anyone here knows the area. It was arranged for me to fly out to meet up with my grandfather, who would then drive us out to his home. After landing, I was greeted with the amusing sight of my grandfather standing about a foot above the rest of the crowd, standing forward waiting for me. We had a quick greeting and before long had hopped in his truck and were making trail towards places where no roads go. We drove for a few hours. Not much said between us, though that was pretty standard for him, and finally arrived at what appeared to be little more than a snowy plot near the tree line and away from the road. So, where exactly is your cabin? I didn't see it on the way over, I asked him. He turned to me and smirked. About 3 days of hiking that way. He pointed into the trees. And so began one of my adventure. Pack slung over my back and snow up to my calves as we began to walk. The first day was pretty normal. Something that was not going to last, let me tell you now. Along the way, he would point out animal tracks and different plants, giving me the basic wilderness survival rundown. Now, I had been raised on a small acreage outside of the also small town of Athabasca, so I was no stranger to the wilderness, but even still, my grandfather's knowledge of the wilds seemed near encyclopedic. Anyway, the first day came to a close as the sun hung low in the sky and the snow glittered in the twilight. A beautiful vista, if ever I had seen one. We found a small outcropping and built a fire, set a can of beans and some vegetables to cook and enjoyed the moment. I slept pretty soundly, given the negative 20-ish weather. On the eve of the second day, I was shaken awake and told to start walking. We don't want to spend more nights out here than we have to. It's only going to get colder and these woods are dangerous. Gathering up what I had, little more than a sleeping bag, clothes, some provisions, and 2 knives, we set off again. Now let me tell you, there's nothing more tiring than pushing through snow up to your crotch in the middle of the woods for hours and hours. I like to think I'm in okay shape, but by the time we stopped for a break some 4 hours later, I was about ready to die. My grandfather, of course, seemed unfazed by it. It was around this time that I started to take note of a few things. For anyone who has lived near or spent a lot of time in the woods, you know it's a pretty lively place. Lots of noises and things moving around. Not here. In the winter, everything is still and quiet. A strange feeling when you've heard all your life that if things go quiet in the forest, something bad is near. The uneasiness was offset somewhat by the fact I was still trying to see to it that my lungs were going to explode and my grandfather's calm, uncaring demeanor. Soon enough, we had set off again. A few more hours into walking, I noticed an odd little cave down the hill we were on. The opening had huge icicles hanging on the front and a few bones could be seen scattered around the area. I turned to my father and asked, pointing towards it, "Should we be worried about that?" At that, he stopped and looked at it for a few moments before he just continued walking, saying nonchalantly, "No, long as we get a ways off before night, it won't matter." When we finally settled for the night, I was sure I'd be out before I hit the ground, but without so much as a glance, I was told to wait. He was going to get firewood and start dinner. Sitting myself under a tree, I watched as he walked off, leaving me alone in the dwindling light of day. Alright, I can continue. Sitting there, listening to the fading sound of my grandfather walking further and further away, I couldn't help but notice how strangely suffocating the woods were. Now, I had spent days camping before, sometimes with friends and other times alone, but this seemed different. Maybe it was the quiet, where the simple act of turning your head to the side seemed to echo through the trees. Maybe it was the way the evergreens, burdened with snow, seemed to blend into the glowing gloom, forming strange and inky shapes in the dim light. Whatever it was, I started to get nervous. That kind of unease that comes when you feel like you're being watched, even though you think you're alone. Before my mind started to walk down those dark roads of thought, my grandfather came stomping back through the tree line, bundle of broken branches under his arm. He set about showing me how to start a fire without matches or a lighter. He's old-fashioned like that. And soon enough, we had a nice little campfire going. It wasn't until the heat off that fire hit me that I noticed how damn cold it was. My hands stiff and slight shivers going over me. We should reach the cabin by around this time tomorrow if we keep up this pace. Before we go any further though, I want you to understand something. Things are different out here. And if I tell you to do something, I expect you to listen. Understood? I nodded and told him my dad had given me the rundown before I left. Oh, how much did he tell you? Just to listen to whatever you said and to be safe, I replied, unsure of where he was going with this. Ah, all right then. He didn't say anything for the rest of the night, and I was too tired to ask. Despite my exhaustion, I found that I lied awake for quite a while, staring up at the sky and listening to the gentle crackling of the fire. I don't really know why. I should have had no problem sleeping after the day of hiking, cold notwithstanding, but regardless, I found myself quite unable to drift off even after the moon had risen and shone over the area. It was around then that I heard something in the forest, like a sort of whispering. At first I figured it was just the wind, but looking at the treetops, they weren't moving at all. I listened harder, but couldn't make out what was being said. It was so faint. I sat up and looked around to see if something was there. or if maybe my grandfather had been mumbling in his sleep, but when I tried to listen to it again, it was silent. I figured it was just something on the breeze and lay back again. Sleep came soon after. I was once again woken by Dana as the sun had just begun its slow creep over the distant mountains. As we were gathering up our equipment, he asked me if I had slept well. I told him that the cold would take a little getting used to, but otherwise it was fine. He just sort of looked at me for a moment before grunting and tying off his pack. Once more we set off, deeper into the wilderness. The third day went without incident. It was only after yet more hours of tedious and exhausting trailblazing that we finally came into view of my grandfather's home, built right up against a cliff face. No windows adorned it, just massive logs the whole way around. A small chimney rose up from the roof, easy to spot given that the trees had been cleared in about a 20-meter radius around the cabin, replaced with numerous small wooden stakes set at varying intervals. As we got closer, I noticed that they were actually fence posts. Barbed wire was strung between them, and every so often there was a much taller post, set a ways back from the fence. In the dim light, I couldn't really make much out, though I was curious why they were there. Whatever the reason, I was in no mood to play 20 questions. I just wanted to get inside and sleep in a warm place. Before we could get in, however, it seemed there were a few things to be done. My grandfather lifted one of the posts out of the ground, allowing us to enter, and told me to put it back and make sure it wasn't going to fall. He was going to get the door open. It didn't take too long. The snow around the cabin was much less than the surrounding area, making walking blessingly easier. After I finished, I made my way around the side of the cabin and found my grandfather carefully taking down numerous little metallic things hung over the door. I could see them glinting in what little daylight was left, but I couldn't make out exactly what they were supposed to be. Again, I was just too tired to really care and just wandered inside behind my grandfather as soon as he finished taking down the last one. "That bed over there will be yours," he said, pointing to a small cot in one corner of the room. Without much more thought, I ambled over and went to sleep. I really should have savored it more, as this was the last good night's rest I was going to have for a while. I woke up the next morning to a mostly dark room. A candle was set on the table in the middle of the cottage, giving enough light for me to figure out where the door was. Opening it and stepping outside, I was greeted to a bright midday sun. Down the yard a ways, I saw Dana finish clearing the excess snow from the plot of land. It was low enough that I could actually see the ground, and a few feet beyond the fence, the snow rose like a small wall all around us. The light, as well as something in the vein of 14 hours of sleep, allowed me to really take stock of the area around me. I could now see that the tall posts from the night before had been whittled down so that only pale heartwood remained. Carved all over each of them were words. Thousands of them, all tightly packed and varying from neat to nigh indecipherable scratches. Reading through it, there really didn't seem to be a rhyme or reason to what was written down. Mostly it was just random words, mostly in Swedish and a few in Norwegian. I'm not fluent, but I've picked up a little over the years. I guess Dana had noticed me staring at it as he began walking over. "What are these supposed to be?" I gestured to the other posts of a similar nature around the yard. They were part of an old vag, or word wall. It keeps help things calm at night. I wouldn't stare at them too long though. Won't do your head much good. In case it wasn't already somewhat apparent, my grandfather was an odd sort. He never liked staying in towns or normal houses, and almost always carried these little ruins and charms on strings. I always found it neat, and when I was younger, I would often ask what they meant, and I'd listen to these stories for hours. My mother always had a problem with him visiting. I'd overhear her talking to my dad about allowing Dana to fill my head with crazy nonsense on more than one occasion. But he'd often just shrug it off and say something along the lines of, it's good for him to learn a little about his dad's culture. The point is that it only was after I really started to get a look at the cabin and the word wall that these things started to sink in. He was definitely a little odd at times. The first day we went out to chop a few trees down for firewood, and he would very specifically point out which trees we're going to cut, but only after pressing his ear to them and listening to see if it was unmarked. When I asked him what he meant by that, He said that some trees were special to the forest and we shouldn't touch them. Otherwise, the Tom Tenisar would get angry, and we really didn't want that. For those who don't know, Tom Tenisar are part of Scandinavian folklore. They basically look like garden gnomes and act sort of like Santa Claus. At least, that's how they are portrayed now. Growing up, my grandfather would tell me about these little monsters, about how they would chew open people's doors and windows in order to crawl into houses at night and whisper things to the sleeping person. The people would sometimes go crazy, wandering out into the woods or ranting in incoherent babble. Other times, they would just be sort of different. Either way, they were freaky little bastards, but I stopped believing the stories around the same time I figured Santa was bunk. Dana really isn't known for his sense of humor, so hearing him say that was a little bit more than strange. I sort of awkwardly laughed at it, and he looked at me and said, "Think I'm joking? Keep that up and you won't be seen in the summer." That shut me up pretty quick. I still didn't particularly buy the stories, but I still made sure not to tap the trees that he said were marked. We finished loading up the sleds we had brought with us, and at that point Dana said, "Let's go this way. I want to show you something before we get back." Following him, it seemed to me like we were making a wide arc instead of going straight back, but I wasn't going to argue. As we walked, I noticed there were no animal tracks, as in absolutely none. Even on the way to the cabin, I had at least picked up a few prints from rabbits or moose and the like. When I asked why we hadn't come across any despite being so far in the woods, I was told that they don't like it here. Know to stay a ways off. "Why is that?" I asked back. "These woods aren't safe for much of anyone after dark. Least of all critters." After walking a while longer, we reached a high at the edge of the section of the forest we were. Dana pointed out beyond this now sparse tree line. What lay past it was the vast, snowy rises and falls of the untamed wild. Honestly, it was one of the most beautiful things I had ever seen. There was an overturned tree, and he mentioned for me to sit on it. For a little while, we just sat there, taking in the view until he sighed. Now, I knew you were going to be new to all this for a while, but I think you ought to know. Things are different out here. I need you to trust me when I tell you something, or else it could get us both killed. You understand? I said I did. I figured that he had taken my reaction to him talking about Tom Tenizar to heart. He may be strange, but he means well, so I figured I would humor him and make things easier for the both of us. That would prove to be a very bad idea. Once we got back and finished stacking the firewood, Dana broke out more of our dwindling provisions. And as we were cooking, he said that tomorrow we would need to go hunting. If we caught anything, he would show me how to properly butcher an animal. We ate and settled in for the night, but as we were settling in, he told me that if I ever got up in the middle of the night to use the outhouse to the side of the cabin, that I should always bring a candle, no matter how bright the moon was, and that if it goes out, I should come back inside right away. With that, he set a small dangling thing up on the door. Pick related. When I asked him about the thing on the door, he told me it was there to confuse anything that was trying to get in. Later during the winter, I found out it's supposed to be a rune for illusions or disguises. I guess the idea is that it would help make it harder to tell what was inside the cabin if something got inside the door. The next few days we went out hunting. For the first while, we didn't catch anything. It wasn't helped by how we needed to head a fair ways away from the cabin before we saw any signs of animal life. And Dana always insisted that we be back before night fell. On top of that, he didn't bring a gun ever, just a bow and some arrows. I know bow hunting is a common enough practice, but given that bears roam these woods, I figured it would be nice to have something with a little more stopping power. When I mentioned this to him, he said that it would cause more trouble than it would prevent. Eventually, we actually managed to find and snag a buck. It was a nice one too. Enough meat that we would be alright for a while. We threw it on the sleigh and began dragging it back home. Yet more hours ticked away before we got back to the cabin, and something rather interesting was waiting there for us. Ravens. Normally this wouldn't seem so strange, but when I hadn't seen signs of life save the trees in this area for almost a week, it seemed a little off. Dana stiffened up when he noticed it too. When I asked him about it, he told me, "Drop the sled and come with me. We're going to need to butcher this fast." Not sure where this was going, but remembering our conversation from earlier and figured that would be best to just go with it. We circled around the cabin, the ravens sitting on the roof watching us the whole way. Lying in a small snowdrift in front of the door was a rabbit's head. Just the head, cleanly severed. The snow was still bright red, so it had to have been pretty fresh. There was also a little indent through the snow leading up to it. Made it look like it had been thrown over here. Well, it could be worse. We don't really need the head anyway. When I asked what he was talking about, he told me, "It's only right to return a gift with a gift. Take that inside and meet me near the butcher shed, a little ways off and past the wall, a couple feet off the tree line." That evening, we butchered the deer, and when we were done, my grandfather took the head, antlers and all, and walked out into the woods a short ways before gently setting it down and coming back. We brought the rest of the meat over to the cabin, and Dana took the rabbit's head off the table where I'd placed it. That night, we had rabbit stew and potatoes. When I asked about why we were going to just eat something we found sitting there, he told me it would be just rude to throw it out and it wouldn't be wise to insult the neighbors. There are other people out here? I thought you lived alone. Alone? No, I just don't live by people. Who are your neighbors? I thought I already told you. The Tomtenzar live here. I didn't really have a good response to that. The next morning, when we went out to check the fence, as was becoming routine, I walked out to see the spot he put the head down. There was nothing there. Not even a bit of blood. The next few weeks went by in relative peace. We would collect firewood on every so often, we went ice fishing occasionally, and every morning we cleared snow away from the cabin. The temperature continued to drop as the winter solstice drew near, the already short days becoming a scant few hours of near perpetual twilight. You'd think it would get old seeing the same setting sun throughout most of the day, but you'd be wrong. It managed to be breathtaking each and every time. I probably would have stood there staring at it all day if I wasn't being ushered along by Dana. Things probably would have continued much the same way if I hadn't fucked up one night. It was somewhere around mid-December. You start losing track of the days out there, especially when they are mostly night. And we were going ice fishing again. We set out early, as the sun was just barely peeking over the distant mountain range, and hiked for about an hour until we reached a small frozen over lake. We set about like always, checking the ice thickness and cutting a hold, etc. After only a few minutes into it, we heard the snapping and cracking of branches behind us. We both stopped for a few moments before my grandfather said it was fine though. I could tell he was bothered. Every so often he'd look back and scan around the trees. We weren't having much luck with the fish, and we're about to call it in for the day when I got a tug on my line. I pulled up a big trout and thought that this was great. We hadn't had fish in a while. When I turned to see if my grandfather had noticed, I saw him just sort of staring at it. A little confused, I gave it another look over and saw that it had a few huge gashes taken out of it. Little indented lines cutting through the gray scales. Throw it back. This isn't ours to take. Okay then. I was a little nervous at this. Although not too much had happened during my time here, I had at least managed to pick up that when Dana got weird like this, it was best not to argue. I threw the fish back into the pond, and when we started making tracks back to the cabin, along the way I noticed that the trees near the lake, the ones we heard the noise coming from, had huge cuts taken out of them. Not like an axe or bear claws, more like numerous small chunks had been ripped out and thrown around. I asked what that was about, and Dana just started walking faster and said we shouldn't come back here. It wouldn't be safe. One of my more frequent chores was to go out and make sure the Ord Vogs posts were still secure in the ground. Of the many things that my grandfather was methodical about keeping just right, the word wall came second only to our food stores. This mainly involved going out and giving them a solid shove. If there was any shift, I needed to hammer them in and pack the snow tighter around the bottom until I could no longer get it to move. Anyway, That night, he insisted that we go over all of them again before going to sleep, and so we went out after finishing our dinner, mostly deer. You'd be surprised how long a single deer can last. He took one end of the yard and I took the other. It was getting blistering cold out, where any bare skin started to sting. A cloud cover had swept over the land. There were no stars and no moon tonight, and the sun had dipped below the horizon, leaving everything in inky black and gray. It was quiet again, like on a trip up here, where every little movement you made sounded like an earthquake. A little ways off, I could hear my grandfather working, the shifting of his coat and the snow being pressed underfoot. I was about 3 posts down when I found one that was a little loose. I straightened it out and picked up the sledgehammer we used for driving them back into the ground. As I lifted it up and got ready to bring it down on the post, cringing because I knew that in the suffocating silence of the forest, this would be very loud, but as I was about to swing it, I heard something, like a quiet hissing mumble. Reflexively, I swung around while I was bringing the hammer down and hit the post with a glancing blow, knocking it off center. Spinning it around, I tried to listen for it again, thinking maybe it was my imagination. The woods will often make you think you're hearing things that you aren't. After a few seconds of nothing and figuring that it was either just me imagining it or overhearing Dana saying something to himself, I turned to start fixing the post again. But just as I put my back to the trees, I heard it again. It seemed so quiet that I couldn't make out what was being said, but I'm sure that it was someone whispering, quickly and in a whistle-like tone. I really started to freak out. I slowly began walking towards the cabin, my back to it, in the cliff face as I scanned the trees looking for where it was coming from. The noise didn't seem like it had a direction to it. It was like it was everywhere at once. Still quiet and indiscernible, but very much there. While in panic mode, combined with just being tired and cold, I got it in my head that if I threw something into the woods, it might scare off whoever was there. Reaching the woodpile we had outside, I picked up a small log and threw it into the tree line and started shouting about how whoever was there needed to come out. My grandfather comes running over. My name. "What the fuck are you doing?" I told him I heard someone talking nearby, and before he can say anything, the trees near where I threw the log started to shake and I could hear snapping branches. "Get inside right now," he said, not taking his eyes off the trees, and so the two of us backpedaled into the cabin. By the time we closed the door, most of the trees had started shaking. The once oppressive stillness of the woods replaced with something akin to a hurricane. That night, neither of us slept. We just sort of stared at the door, my grandfather holding his hunting knife. Throughout the night, the sound didn't die down. It was so loud and so violent, I thought the trees must have been snapped in half. Periodically, we heard things hitting the cabin wall, crunches and ripping noises from every direction. I told myself that it was just branches and the like hitting the wall, that it was just a bad storm. Around an hour before dawn, things started to settle down, and soon enough, my grandfather got up and went outside. I heard him start to swear and curse, so I hurried out after him and saw what had been done. The outside walls of the cabin had been covered, every inch from top to bottom, with words, violently slashed into the wood. Chunks had been ripped out of the corners, and the fence was in ruins. Some of the barbed wire having been thrown into the treetops, and many of the posts smashed into splinters. After a string of curses that I could barely even understand, he started to calm down. "Never do anything like that, ever. Come on, we need to get the fence fixed before nightfall." And like that, he set off to start gathering up the broken fences. At this point, I had gone from thinking my grandfather was a little unhinged and had started to take his native folklore to heart, right up to thinking he was the sanest man on earth. I helped him pick up the scattered remains of the fence. Every so often, we would find little bits of fabric or hair stuck in the barbs. I didn't want to ask why. We were making good time on having the barbed wire fixed, but I was still worried. Most of the posts that made up the word wall had been broken or were missing. When I asked about this, he said that they won't like it, but hopefully they just did this as a warning. Tomorrow we'll go hunting and bring them back something. A thank you for not killing us last night. just as the sun started to set again. At this point in the year, there was only about 6 hours of daylight, making it very difficult to do much. We had managed to get the barbed wire back into a rough semicircle around the cabin. Given the damage that had been done that night before, I asked how much good the barbed wire actually was, and he told me that it didn't stop them, but it slowed them down since their beards and hats would get tangled in it, and they had a hard time getting free. I couldn't tell if this was a joke or not, but at this point, I was about ready to believe anything. Little did I know, I hadn't seen anything yet. The problem was that when the occurrence happened, it was almost December 21st, and that means that the cold was near unbearable. That, and there was so little daylight that by the time we got to the part of the wilds where animals roam normally, it was nearly time to begin to head back. The first day we went out and searched for signs of animals we could bag, we didn't see so much as a squirrel. That night, the wind was howling again. The creaking of the cabin would get to the point where I thought it would collapse on us. And all the while, I would stare at the cracks between the log walls, where the candlelight didn't touch, and I could swear I saw things moving in the dark. When I finally did drift off to sleep, the last thing I heard was a quiet whispering, like I had before. The next few days were no better. Each time we would go deeper and deeper into the woods, usually in the direction of the distant mountains. We would be frozen stiff to where walking was a challenge for me. I have no idea how my grandfather managed it at his age, but he never slowed down, and we would come back empty-handed. Each night, the woods would be louder. The shadows in the cabin seemed to draw closer to the candle than the night prior, and the whispering seemed to get more intense as well. So much so that I started to make out words, though none of them were in English, and if they were Swedish, I couldn't understand what I was hearing. On the third night, I asked if Dana could also hear it. He told me to try not to think about it. Each day was more overcast than the one that came before. The daylight was just a lighter shade of gray. It started to get to the point where our own food stores were getting low. Our need to find something became doubly desperate. It started to get worse by the fifth day. It started to snow. Not your simple puffy white snow that you see further south. No, this was big, heavy, and wet flakes that seemed more like little snowballs landing everywhere. They clung to everything, weighing us and the trees down alike. All the while, as we walked in a misty forest where we could hardly see more than a few meters, I kept swearing I could see things out there. Little shapes sitting on rocks and tree branches that would be there one moment and seem to disappear as soon as I looked directly at it. I asked my grandfather, and he told me not to acknowledge them. Just keep moving. The longer the days went, the more of them I would see. It was on the 9th day of trying and failing at our hunts that we returned to a troubling sight. All along the tree line surrounding the cabin, a couple meters off the barbed wire fence, there were a number of large stones, big boulders that came up to my chest. Most were oddly shaped where the tops curved off in a direction. They were all pointing at the cabin. They had been placed every few feet along the tree line, almost like a fence of the forest's own. When we saw that, Dana stopped and said, "Pack your things. We are leaving at dawn." I wasn't going to argue. Even as we got past the fence and closed the door, I felt like we were still being watched from somewhere out in the snow. It was too dark to see any of the little shapes that had been following us whenever we went outside, but I knew they were there. Hardly a moment when they weren't. We didn't sleep long. Sometime in the middle of the night, between the howling winds and the biting cold, there was a deafening crash and the door split down the middle. Snow and frost flying in and blowing out the only candle before we even knew what had happened. There was a scurrying noise, and after a few seconds, my grandfather had managed to light a little oil lantern he had hanging by the wall. The table and pantries had been overturned. Everything not nailed down was either broken or scattered around the room. I asked if we should leave right now. He told me that was what they wanted us to do, that we would wait until first light. It was the longest night of my life. We sat there shivering and staring at the broken door, the lantern's light just barely keeping the dark, and who knows what else away. Several times I thought I saw something there, just outside the door. watching. When I saw the horizon getting brighter, it was like waking from a nightmare. Only this one wasn't quite over. We grabbed whatever hadn't been broken and made for civilization. The snow had stopped, but the clouds still hung heavy above us. It would be 3 days until we got to the truck. We moved as fast as we could. The snow was so deep and clingy that we had to stop every kilometer or so just to wipe it off. It weighed us down more than our packs did. I don't know how far we traveled. I know we didn't stop, and I don't think we ate until it started getting dark. Dana said to get as much firewood as I could find. We were going to need a big fire. "What about the marked trees?" I said to him. I still wasn't sure if things could get worse. Fuck them. They're already pissed. It won't matter much now. That night, we had a massive bonfire going. I bet you could see it from one of the mountains, it was so bright. Even so, we could hear them out there. The whispers never stopped. Every now and then, a branch or rock would come flying out at us and the fire. It didn't make for a restful night. Around an hour before dawn, the snow started again. The second day was worse yet. With the snow back, the little fucks got brave and started coming in close. Every now and then, we'd get hit with a something that fell from the tree branches, or a tree along our path would fall down and make it harder to progress. We didn't walk. We ran through those woods. I didn't think I could run so far, but I don't remember either of us stopping. We just managed to stumble into a little clearing as the light was fading again. We hurried and grabbed whatever wood we could find and tried to start the fire. The wood was wet and uncooperative, and the shadows started to close in. We could see the little moving figures at the edge of our vision again. I guess Dana was getting to his wits' end because he grabbed the little oil lantern and broke it open, pouring the oil across the logs and lit it up with the lantern sparker. The shadows retreated for a moment, and I think the little monsters were hissing at us. We were left mostly alone that night. Hell if I know why. Maybe even they need to rest sometime. The snow hadn't quit yet, so by the time we woke, we were both mostly covered. We set out before the sun rose. I think Dana didn't trust us to make the rest of the way in only a few hours of light. The trail was a fucking mess. Trees and rocks littered the animal trails, and the bush was so thick with evergreens that it was no better. It was slow going, and of course we were still being followed. We would still catch sight of them at the edge of our vision, watching and whispering in tune with the wind. I couldn't even tell which was which by this point. Sometimes I still can't. For whatever reason, we were left mostly untouched on the rest of the way back. The poor trail conditions slowed us to the point that it was already dark and we still hadn't made it back to our truck. Dana didn't want to stop though. He said we were close and didn't want to risk another night outside. I'm not sure when it was, but we eventually made our way out of the trees and onto a road. We followed it for a few minutes until we saw it. The glorious steed that would get us out of that place. Covered under a few feet of snow, though it was. We swept out the truck bed, threw our things in, and drove away. I don't think either of us looked back. After we got back to town, stayed at an inn for a night, best goddamn night of my life. We woke early and drove for nearly the entire day until we made it to Eric Nelson Airport. When we got back, Dana stayed with my family for a little while, at my dad's behest. We didn't talk much about the trip, just said we needed to come home early. That spring, Dana left and said that he was going back home. I asked him what in the fuck he was thinking going back there, and he told me he had lived in those woods for almost 20 years. It was his home, and he would stay there as long as he had left. He promised to call or visit on occasion. That was 3 years ago. None of us have heard hide nor hair of him. My parents are convinced he passed away. They're probably right, but I can't help wanting to know. And that is where we come to today. I told my friends about what happened that winter, and they don't really buy it. Can't blame them, but we've been talking on and off for a year now about going on a camping trip, and I jokingly mentioned that maybe we should go out to my grandfather's cabin. They thought it was a great idea. We're currently in the Sky Motel in Whitehorse. We are leaving tomorrow morning. I'm still convinced that this is a bad idea, but I want to know what happened when my granddad came back out there. We planned for the trip to be a little less than a month, and we picked summer since I think it is safer than the dead of winter like last time. This is the last story I'm going to be posting for a while. come the start of September, I'll start a thread and let you all know what happens. I'll take pictures where I can and have brought a number of spare batteries for my phone. House sitting. For the past week and a half, I've been watching the house of some family friends while they've been out of town. It's a smallish house in a good neighborhood, and though there have been break-ins in the past, they have mostly been to cars parked on the street. These incidents have been few and far between, and have been nothing more than petty thefts. The house I am watching has 3 dogs, 2 of which are large but would be worthless in some kind of home invasion situation. It is a pretty easy job, and along with watering plants and letting the dogs out 2 or 3 times a day, I also have to stay at the house every night. Since I am in college, I really need any money I can get, and this is a pretty easy gig. The dogs are pretty relaxed, but if they sense anything outside, they lose their minds and bark until I check it out. If the doorbell rings, it's as if hell has just come to earth and they claw at the door barking their heads off, but other than that, everything has been going well without a hitch until a few nights back. Sorry for the backstory, but I feel it is necessary in order to explain why what is happening is so out of the ordinary. As I continue the story, I will label each event as night 1, night 2, etc., starting with the night strange things started occurring. Night 1. A few nights back, I came back to this house straight from work. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, and after showering, I laid down and started watching some TV. At roughly 11:40, the dogs began barking at the front windows which face the street, which is always a little startling when this happens at night. I thought it might be some cars or people on a late night walk, but the street ends in a cul-de-sac, so I decided to take a look since there shouldn't be any traffic on the street this late. Luckily, it was just a possum lurking around, so I shut the blinds and laid back down. I continued watching TV when some weird shit happened. The doorbell rang. Just some ding-dong ditchers, right? Well, I went to the front hall and was a little nervous to open the door. So I looked out the side window. Nobody. I told myself it was probably friends of the kid who actually lives here, so I laid down and continued watching TV. 5 minutes pass. Ding. I get up again. Check the door just to find nobody there once again. This happens 2 more times, about 5 minutes apart. Nothing there each time. At this point, I'm more pissed than scared, so this time I wait by the window. I wait so that I cannot be seen, but have clear view of the doorbell. I wait a few minutes and watch the door, and as I am about to get up, it happens. The doorbell rings its single high-pitched sting, but nobody was at the door. I am both confused and a bit horrified. How the hell did it ring when it wasn't clicked, and I was staring at the front door the whole time? I get up and open the front door and take a few steps outside. Nothing. I see nothing. I hear nothing. I lock the doors and walk back to the room I was watching TV. As I sit back down, a strange thought comes to mind. Where are the dogs? And why haven't they barked one time at the bell? I flip every switch I see as I begin looking for the dogs. I finally find them in the parents' room, all lying in their dog beds. I am relieved they are all fine, but I don't know why they didn't react to a single bell ring. Even stranger was that all of them were clearly awake as one came up to me as I entered the room and gave me its usual brainlessly happy look. I made one of the larger dogs come with me, and I was finally able to go to sleep. I awoke in the morning and let the dogs out along with my regular morning house duties. I went out the front door to go get the newspaper. They didn't cancel it for some reason. And when I came back to the door, I looked at the doorbell. Nothing was wrong with it, and when I pressed it, it worked perfectly. But there was something different. When I pressed the doorbell, it was profoundly louder and had 2 chimes instead of a single, more faint chime of the one I kept hearing the night before. I tried pressing it in different ways, trying to recreate the same single chime I heard, but it just wouldn't happen. I gave up and decided to head out to work, and would just hope things would be different that night. Well, I got my wish. That night was different, but not in the way I was hoping. Night 2. After work, I got back to the house and decided to watch some TV before bed, as I tend to most nights. I had almost forgotten about the events of the previous nights, but then I was quickly given a reminder. At a few minutes past midnight, the doorbell rang again. One single chime. Nothing else. The dogs were silent in the other room, and so I decided to just turn up the TV volume and ignore it. About 5 minutes later, the bell rang again. I continued to ignore it and just sat there. Then something changed. The bell started to ring again, but in shorter intervals. By the 6th ring, I decided to get up and see what the hell was really going on. I searched the rooms leading to the kitchen, and then came across something really strange. All the dogs were sitting, staring at the back door, just sitting there, as if awaiting for someone they knew to walk in the door. At this point, the family was not due back for over a week, so I stood there in terror and watched, waiting for something to appear at the door. And also there's a picture of what I think is the window of the house. I mean, it's going to be super low quality since they didn't upload it in big, but yeah, I'll include the pictures that are in each post. But yeah, I mean, it's just a scary situation, but this can give you some context of what the house looked like. And then the OP continues his story, saying, I continued standing, fixed in place for at least another 5 minutes. This whole time, no bell. There was dead silence except for the sound of cicadas outside. I finally built up the courage to approach the door and see if there was anything outside. Back door layout as pictured, this time with the lights on. My heart slowly stopped racing, and I looked out the window by the door to make sure nobody was out there. But why would the dogs be staring out the back door? I opened the door, turned on the porch light, and tried to convince the dogs to go outside. I had just let them out no longer than 40 minutes ago, so I knew they had no business to be outside. I ushered them to go, but they just sat in place, unmoving. Come on, go out. But they just sat there, giving me their stupid blank stares. I looked around from the back porch one last time and went back inside. I locked the door and laid back down. At some point, I finally fell asleep, still wondering where the bell was coming from and who was messing with me. Little did I know, the worst was yet to come. Night 3. I didn't have to work the next day, so after I fed the dogs, I went back to my house and stayed there until about 9 that night. Up to this point, I still hadn't told anybody about the bell ringing at night. I just assumed they would think I was overreacting. But this night changed everything. As I pulled into the driveway, I immediately noticed something different. The door to their back garage was slightly ajar, and it definitely wasn't that way when I left that morning. I have this pictured above, but I didn't even consider checking it until the next morning. The lawn care guy wasn't supposed to come for another 2 days, and even then I doubt he would have needed anything from the garage tool room. So how the hell was this open? It was not only closed when I left, but I know for a fact that it was locked. One of the dogs had pawed at it a couple days before, and when I tried to open it, it was clearly locked and I didn't know where the key was. I closed the gate to the driveway and bolted to the back door. As I approached the door, I noticed something out of the corner of my eye, and my heart sank. To the right of the door, I noticed something that I had somehow missed the past few days. There was a second doorbell, one by the back door. Why the hell would there be also a doorbell back here? Did I really miss this whole time I've been here? But here it was, I have it pictured above. I clicked it once and sure enough, I heard a single chime. The exact same chime I've been hearing the past 2 nights. The backyard is completely shut off, and though it is possible to hop a fence and get back there, the dogs would have surely heard someone try to trespass, but then again, they had been acting strange and not barking to the back bell for some reason. Even stranger, when I tested the bell, the dogs came barking and ran to the back door, not knowing who was there. So why did they act differently before? I quickly got inside and locked the doors, and went around checking every room just in case somebody was already in there with me. I also locked every window and door to the outside. I brought all of the dogs with me to the room I was staying in and just sat there for a while, trying to make sense of everything. I turned on the TV for a little while and tried to wipe it all from my head. Before I knew it, it was midnight once again. Forgot to post this. This is the door to the back garage. And this is the picture he referenced to, I think, 2 posts back. But anyways, he continues his story saying, I hadn't been keeping track of the time as I watched TV, but I was quickly reminded of the time when I heard the single chime of the bell at a few minutes past midnight. It caught me by surprise, and as I jumped up, I noticed all the dogs walking to the back door. I followed them cautiously and slowly crept to look out the back window. There was nothing out there. Of course, at this point, I was actually hoping to see someone or something instead of being in constant fear of what it could actually be. I turned on the back light and scanned the backyard, but I still had the good sense to stay in the kitchen. Then I saw the garage door I spoke of earlier. It was wide open, as if inviting me to come see what was within. I've seen plenty of horror movies in my day, so I was smart enough to stay within the house since it was already cracked earlier. I told myself the wind did it, and maybe the bell was just on the fritz, ringing at the same time every night until I see what is wrong. Yeah, it's totally just a glitch. I went back to my room and closed the door, trapping the dogs with me. I went to sleep and woke up the next morning with everything seeming fine. I fed the dogs and brought in the paper, not noticing anything out of the ordinary. But when I let the dogs go out in the backyard, I saw it. The door to the back garage was shut. And now everything kind of changes with how OP is writing. So previously, night 1 through 3, he was just kind of telling the story of what was happening. And now he's live posting. So all of it was kind of just the story before, explaining what was happening, and now he's live posting to 4chan, and he's asking for people's opinions, and he's just kind of giving live updates. So it makes it feel a lot more real, and it's just terrifying and unsettling. And so without further ado, let's get into night 4. Night 4. Well, if you're reading this on August 12th, you are currently with me on night 4. It's about an hour to midnight. And so far, there is nothing out of the ordinary. Hopefully nothing eventful will happen tonight, because I can't take much more of this. I've brought a knife with me tonight just in case something happens. I know it's pretty dumb, but it at least provides me some feeling of security. I talked to my mom this morning, and she called the police to check things out and patrol the neighborhood a little more. Of course, I doubt they will, and they said to just call 911 if anything happens tonight, and they'll do their best to help me out. I'm currently sitting with all the dogs, just waiting for it to be midnight. I will keep this thread posted to anything that may or may not happen, assuming I'm not killed or something. Ha ha, yeah. Fingers crossed, and I'll get back to you all shortly. OP here. It's currently 11:20 here at the moment. Nothing spooky yet, luckily. I'm seriously wondering what to do. I almost want to leave and drive around to like 1 and come back when whatever it is thinks I'm asleep. Any suggestions on what to do? Feel free to bump with whatever you want. Night 4, 11:45 p.m. Status report time. Nothing so far, but it's not quite midnight. The dogs do seem to be pacing in the kitchen now. I can hear their claws on the tile. I don't know why. They are usually asleep by now. The small annoying dogs keeps barking at the front door and the back window, alternating every few minutes, so yeah, that's promising. I'm still holed up in the room I've been sleeping in alone at this point. Here is a picture of the front yard from my POV. Shit quality, I know, but it's the best I could do at the moment. Seems calm as usual out front, so we will see if anything happens. I'll keep you all posted. Night 4, a little past midnight. This is OP. I just got off the phone with the police and they say they are on their way. So I decided to just wait it out in my room and hope nothing would happen tonight. Well, I was very, very wrong. The bell went off and all the dogs were lined up in front of the door again. You cannot understand how fast and loud my heart was pounding in my chest as I walked to the door with my knife in hand. I crept around the cabinets toward the door and saw nothing. Nobody. So I waited a couple minutes with clear sight of the door from a secluded area. Nothing happened. I'm practically laying behind a couch near their entertainment room, which has pretty much nothing but windows facing their neighbor's driveway. I will post a pic when the cops show up and I get the balls to leave the room I'm currently in. I can barely even type this next part. I'm freaking out. As I'm laying down watching the back door, I see the dogs leave the kitchen and come to me. They walk by me and lay down next to me, which isn't too weird. As I'm still watching the door, a thud sounds from directly behind me. Night 4. Past midnight continued. It was a single bang, just like the single bell ring. Practically shitting myself, I turn around and look in the dark room, trying not to have a heart attack. I see an old door. Doesn't open. It's sealed shut. And I determine that is where the noise came from. Even creepier, that's the room I've been sleeping in for most of my nights. The window faces the couch I was sleeping on until it got too uncomfortable and I just took one of the beds. One more bit of creepiness. I just realized that the night I started sleeping in the bedroom is the night the doorbell started being rung. What the hell does this mean? Is this person telling me to go back to that room and sleep there to be watched? All I do know is that I'm locked in the bedroom with the dogs right now with my knife next to me, waiting for the cops. I will update you after the cops show up. Pics will soon follow to give you all a good point of reference for what I am talking about. OP status report. Cops are out front about to come in, I think. No new noises. I think the cop scares off whoever it was, at least for now. I'm texting my mom and messaging the family now since I think I pretty much have to now. I will update you when the pigs leave. Hang in there. I will be back. Night 4. Cops have left. Nothing. The cops found nothing. They chalked it up to nothing more than someone messing with me. Maybe a friend of the family. So basically, they are just trying to get my mind off of it and think it's a joke or something. But at this point, it has to be something real. Somebody who is not looking to do this kind of thing for fun. The cops said they'd patrol this area closely tonight, clearly not informed of the message my mom gave 911 this morning. I'm taking the reference pics now with descriptions so you can better visualize the layout. This is my perspective when I sleep facing the door. The remote represents about where my head would be when I sleep. That is also my new trip name, so look for it closely as proof of it being me if I happen to post anything, and he just updated his name on 4chan. The door facing the couch. This would be like as if I were in the creep's perspective. To the left off camera is where I was when I heard the thud, so I could have been seen easily from that door. Oops, forgot pic, and then he posted the pic. The pictures, like I said, are very low quality, but hopefully you can kind of see it and get what he's talking about. Night 4, about to sleep. Okay, I'm done. I am definitely not staying alone here tomorrow. The door. The goddamn door. It's cracked open again. The cops just came and checked it. It was locked. I'm done. I might call the cops to come back, but with my luck, it will be closed by then or nothing will be in there. Whoever is doing this is smart. They were watching from somewhere the whole time. They want me outside, but I am locked in the bedroom again with all the dogs. Bottles on the doors. Thanks for the suggestion. The adrenaline is wearing off now, so I'm going to sleep now and update anyone who's interested tomorrow night. Check back here at around 11 p.m. or later, Texas time. I'm going to see what the hell is in that garage door in the morning. Why does he want me to go in there? I'm horrified to find out. And I'm definitely still going to sleep in this bedroom, no matter how many times this bastard rings the bell. Anyways, here's a decent pic from the kitchen of the cracked door again, but that's as close as I'm getting to the outside. I might try and bring a camera too. I need one at this point just to try and see who the hell is doing this. OP signing off. Save my trip name so you'll know it's me tomorrow if you're at all interested. OP here. Sorry I haven't posted anything this morning. I am not Kill. And nothing is wrong with this morning, luckily. But I did find a new horrifying discovery when it comes to that garage door. I will update you all on that tonight. I'm currently at my house just trying to recover from last night, and I'm going back tonight. It's the last night I have to watch the place, so I think I can stick it out once more. The family hasn't returned my message yet, so I'm without any answers from them. I will post a new thread later tonight, recapping everything, and I will repost all images and text of the events. If this thread isn't killed by then, I'll post the link to the new thread. Check back at around 11 Texas time for an update. Most of my friends are off at college, but I may ask one or my brother to come check it out, but they probably can't stay all night. As for the camera, yes, I am bringing a better one, but I can't find my good video cam at the moment. I may also do the string thing at the base of the door/bottles again to see if it tries to get in tonight. I will keep you all posted. Night 5. Final night. Let me preface this final night by mentioning something that I discovered this morning. When I woke up this morning, I did my house duties as usual, then went to the backyard to see about this garage door that has been a living nightmare for me. It was still open. Not wide open, but cracked like it was the night before after the officers had left it. Even though it was daytime, my heart was pounding as I approached the door, not knowing what I was going to find on the other side. As pictured above, this is what I found. Nothing. Well, almost nothing. The room was full of nothing but yard care tools and luckily no bodies, living or dead. But then I came to a frightening realization as I took my hand off the door. The door slowly closed on its own. Why did this creep me out? Because as I said a couple nights back, the door was wide open, and there is no possible way for that to happen naturally. The door would have to have been propped open or even worse. Somebody had to have been holding it open from the inside. Also, there was no key in or out of the door, so whoever was opening the door had a key for it. But why would somebody want me to look in there? There is nothing. Was my tormentor staying in there overnight? If so, then for how long? And one last question that is driving me crazy. Is that the only key to this property that he has? Night 5 continued. It is August 13th, and about an hour away from midnight. It was raining on my way over to the house, which is never a good omen for a night like this. Luckily, the rain has passed through, and I don't think it will rain again tonight. But I still feel no relief from what may or may not come. I have searched the entire property, looking for possible ways in and out of the house, and it looks like I'm sealed up tight in here. The only way in is to break something and clearly alert me. I'm hoping for the best, but expecting the worst. I still have my knife, not old enough to purchase a handgun, but I will be doing so when I come of age after all this, and I'm holding up in a room alone again. A friend helped me search earlier, but had to leave about an hour ago, so just me, the dogs, my knife, and my phone at the ready to call the cops. I am truly hoping for a peaceful night, so that tomorrow, it is the family's problem now, and not mine. Any advice to ride out the night would be much appreciated, and I will be glued to this thread to update everyone until I eventually pass out. For thread/string, it'll get you if doors open or hallways were passed. Obviously, don't tape anything where the dogs will run into and break the thread. For doors, tape on both ends of a thread/string. Apply at very top of door to door frame. Short piece so it can't easily be noticed, and definitely can't be reapplied while shutting the door from the outside. Doorways the dogs can't get into, 1 foot above the ground all the way across. Black thread is the best for this, but any thread will do. String is easily visible though, so not as good, and you can't really feel thread when you break it from the tape walking into it, although you might hear it, but most people wouldn't even think about that. Clear tape works best, but tan tape is great for that color door, or just putting the tape on the non-visible sides of the frame. Push tape hard so it won't fall off on its own. Of course, this doesn't help if the person is in the house with you in there, lol. Sure, see. Number one thing to remember with tradecraft stuff is to avoid having a false positive and getting freaked out. It takes a bit of know-how. For example, if you don't secure the tape enough, it can fall off. If you use just enough tape attached to just enough thread, the tape will come off, which is good because the person can't reapply something when they don't know where you put it to begin with. Of course, gravity is another suggestion. Shut the door on a solid slip of paper, not too thin or long, or the paper can grip the corner of the door and literally open and shut without falling off. Some old latex paint can also stick paper to it. Toothpick on the top of the door is a good one, but can be fooled if the person opens and closes the door really, really slowly. Tape and thread is the universal easy one. Its downside is it can be reapplied in certain situations, i.e. if you're leaving and apply it with the door open 5 inches or so. You can check by opening door an inch when you get back. Then the person who entered will see it on their way out and can reapply it if they're smart enough. Also, you have to apply it to every door or someone can just reapply from inside and leave through another door. Mostly though, it's effective. Webcams are more effective, but in a pinch, you can catch maintenance guys / landlords unlawfully entering an apartment, etc. with this trick. Same with knowing if your roommate is raiding your mini fridge. Tradecraft is just general life know-how and is good to know. OP here. Fuck it. I'm doing the string and tape idea. I'm out of time. Only about 10 minutes left. I'll post pics as proof, but I'm going back to this room and hiding where I can't be seen. It's clear he knows where I am all the time, so there's no point looking out for him tonight. It's not worth another mild heart attack. Be back shortly. I'll keep you posted. No bell yet. Maybe that's a good thing, but it might be because he saw me lurking through the house even though I had the lights off. My camera flash, the porch light, and street lights are the only lights that could have possibly made me visible. Here is the back door strung up. Yes, all locks including the one pictured are firmly locked. And I'm sure you understand by now, but he's talking about, setting a trap so he knows that somebody's there with him and he's not just imagining it or, kind of scaring himself into believing there's something there when there really isn't. But we'll see if OP catches anything. And then he continues saying, tape is on tight. This is the front door. Sorry if it's hard to see. The string kind of blends in but is good, so if anyone tries to enter, they might not notice. One more pick coming. Still no bell. Here is the sealed door that I assume I was being watched from. I put it here just in case, since this seemed to be a place he enjoys. I also have a single piece of tape on each door, so that if it is opened, it will hopefully fall off and the intruder won't know where it went. It's not a great plan, but it's something. At least I'll know if someone came in. Hopefully. I'll keep you posted for a while longer. Still no bell. Ding. It just happened. What do I do? I don't want to move, but it doesn't stop until I investigate. The dogs aren't moving this time. It's like they don't even care. What now? Should I just let it keep going until it gets bored? How does this thing know exactly where I am? I am almost in tears at what just happened. I am in a room, door closed with the windows all shut. There is absolutely no possible way to see me in here. The bell rang at least 18 times, in much shorter than 5-minute intervals. I honestly lost track. It must have been a ring every couple minutes. Then it sped up to a ring every 10 seconds by the last bell. They kept getting progressively closer together, as if a bomb ticking faster and faster about to go off. Then it stopped. Dead silence. I sat there, knife in hand, back to the wall. Then I heard it. A loud slam as if somebody slapped the wall with all their force. The noise came from the other side of the wall directly behind my head. And I mean directly behind my head. I'm not gonna lie. I screamed and I swear I almost fainted and became very lightheaded. I've moved to another room, and I'm practically in tears. I've dialed the cops. I desperately need their help. I'm still posting. I am not dead. I need this to keep my mind off of it, even if it's just for a second. I want it to be over. The other side of the wall was in the driveway, but this was on the other side of the gate from the backyard where the bell is. So it rang the bell, then hopped the fence or something, then slammed the wall, but I should have heard it hop the fence. It's old and creaky. Cops aren't here yet. When they get here, I'm in my car and gone. The dogs can deal with this shit. It doesn't seem to give a shit either way about them. We'll update as info is needed. The cops showed up finally. I saw their lights flashing. No siren though. Through the cracks in the blinds in this room. I met them at the front door. locked both locks, and told them to follow me to my car behind the gate. I have a remote gate opener. I waited for them to search the back a bit, and they went into the garage room, which was still open. Nothing. They looked everywhere they could on the outside, and I told them I was leaving. I didn't bother having them check inside. I honestly can't even bring myself to walk near that house again tonight. None of the strings were off that I could see as I fled the house and gathered my important things before I left. So I didn't see a point to have them piss off the dogs and bother them. From their arrival to my departure, it must have only been 10 minutes at the most. I was so done with that house. Also, a note about the dogs. When the wall was hit, they were startled, but didn't bark or seem to care that much. How? Yet when the cops came, they were barking at the door before the cops even reached the door. I don't know. Hell, I may never know what happened here tonight. I'm coming back to get the rest of my things in the morning and will give you a final wrap up, especially if I find anything out of the ordinary. I'm at a stop sign in a well-lit street writing this right now. I will post when I get home before I crash for the night. All that matters is I'm okay, only very shaken up. OP here. The cops were there when I left for those who were wondering. I gave them the gate code to lock up when they were done. I hauled it out of there quickly, so they were going to make sure tonight, since it's been the second consecutive night I've had them come out. Different officers this time. I am at another stop, about 5 minutes out from house. Just letting you know I'm not kill and I'll be back soon. Give me a few to get home and settle in. I'm now in my own bed at home. I told my parents I'd tell them everything in the morning. It's easier for me to type it than actually speak it right now. For anyone wondering, there was nobody in or under my car, so I'm all clear there. Also, I barely looked out the front windshield all the way home. I was pretty much glued to the rearview mirror, seeing if I was being followed. But I didn't have a single car even remotely near me the whole way home. No doorbell at the house, no banging, no nothing. My dog barks at anything, even us, so if anyone or thing of any kind came near the door, we would know. It looks like I'm safe tonight. This has been one hell of a ride. I'm going back in the morning, so check for a new thread tomorrow with the same pic I have been posting at the start of each thread. Even if all is well and fine, I will still post just to give you all closure. It will probably be around noon, Texas time. That way, I'll sleep in a little and be sure neighbors will be up and about to deter any more occurrences. I'll be awake a little longer answering any questions before I doze off. I'll let you all know when I'm signing off for the night. Thanks for sticking with me. Hopefully someone has been enjoying it, because I sure as hell have not enjoyed 1 minute of tonight. It's OP here from last night for my last checkup on the house. I'm out front in my car at the moment, and nothing seems unusual. I didn't want to come back, but the daytime makes it seem safe enough. We'll keep you updated for a while until I leave. For anyone wanting to catch up or for anyone new, here is a link to last night's thread. I'm heading in as we speak. Nothing out of the ordinary so far, and I can see the dogs, all of which look fine. Proof it is me in my trip name. Forgot to add it before. I just walked in the back door after looking around the backyard for a few minutes. The garage door was still open, and I peeked in just to find nothing once again. I also heard nothing last night, so I don't think it wants to bother me specifically. It just likes this house. We'll keep you updated. I'm doing a little cleaning too, so I apologize if my replies are several minutes apart. I started doing some vacuuming when I noticed something strange in the kitchen. The string from the night before is gone. Now this scared me initially, but I was thinking it might have come off when I came in the back door this morning. I didn't think to look for the string right off the bat. I looked around on the back porch and all in the kitchen to see if I inadvertently dragged it somewhere else when I came in, but then I looked at the front door. No string. Now, it could have possibly come off when I opened the door for the cops last night, but if it was now somewhere in the front yard, chances are I would never find it. Here is the part that truly has me scared. The string for the sealed door is gone. I have no reasonable explanation for this. It is just gone. I didn't touch it, and there's no way the dogs or cops touched it. Cops never came in. But I might be regretting that decision now. This leaves only one possibility left. Either it found a way in last night after I left, or it has had access into the house this entire time, and I have been unaware. This is raising so many questions. I'm going to keep looking for the string and look for any possible explanations for what is going on. I'm looking all over the house and I can't find anything. I'm about to take out the trash. Then I'm considering just leaving. I don't think it's worth me staying here until they get back. I've already left a few messages on their phone this morning. Will report in shortly. And for those wondering about a dinosaur being walked, no. I wouldn't go through all of this just for it to be one big dumb joke. I just stepped outside to take out the trash when I saw something that made my heart sink. The gate door that protects the sealed door was wide open. Now, this second door has been unlocked since I first checked on it in the back a few nights back, but I'm almost certain that it was tightly shut, so it was unable to open by the wind. There is a slight chance I'm wrong and it opened by itself, but even the wind, I don't think this could do it. Plus, I checked the entire backyard when I showed up here and it was closed. But this alone is nothing compared to what I found upon investigation. I walked to the door, dreading what I was going to find. As I slowly approached the door, I found something that I cannot explain. The string. All 3 pieces. Hanging on the door. This was not there when I initially arrived. So whatever has been doing this is still here. Watching. Even more frightening, a key was in the lock. I turned it, and the door was far from sealed. It opened with ease. So why would I be told that the door was sealed? They have said it has been for years. I've known these people all my life. Don't know if I've ever mentioned that. Also, I have watched their house for years, but without any incidents. But this leads me to my final questions at the moment. Why hasn't it come in when I've been here? Or even worse, has it been coming in this entire time? What if it has been freely coming and going, watching me sleep every night since I've moved from the room that it could clearly watch me? Nothing has been stolen either, so does it simply like to watch? Does it get off on seeing me in fear? I am awaiting to hear from the owner shortly. I will keep you updated. And the picture of the strings hanging to the door, that is nothing short of horrifying. OP here. Sorry it's been a while. Their plane landed and they called me after hearing my message. Give me a few minutes to type things out. Then I'm going home. They'll be home in about an hour and a half, and I don't want to be here much longer. Their phone call was far from comforting. The family called back and asked what was up, since I didn't give them too many details in my message I left. I talked to the wife and told her about what was happening leading up to today's events. They had no prior knowledge of any stalker-type figure, and they haven't encountered any issues like I have been having at the house. Then I asked about the back door and it being sealed shut, like they told me years ago. She told me that they haven't used the door in years, and they're not even sure where the key to it is anymore. They had 2 keys originally, one of which broke off in the lock a number of years ago. The other one went missing. She said that she must have dropped it outside or something. She wasn't quite sure where it was. She said that was at least 3 years ago. They never changed the lock since they never used the door, and haven't had any reason to replace it. They said they would let me know in the morning if anything weird happens, and they will drop off my money in the morning. She really didn't seem too worried. I don't think she fully understood or believed everything I told her, but I have the key now, and that's the only door the key works with. Garage door is a mystery. I'll leave it on the counter for them, and I'm about to leave. Maybe the key in the door with all the string and the watcher's way of saying he was done here? Has he had that key since it was originally lost about 3 years ago? I don't know. I may never know. I'm going back to the safety of my own home and hoping this is all over. I'll stick with this thread until all interest is lost, answering questions, but I doubt if I will hear of any new occurrences. I'll probably give a checkup later this week, probably Friday before I head off to school. Thanks for those who stuck with me. It helped me keep my sanity. And that's the last we've ever heard from OP, or at least in kind of archived history. And I'm just going to give a quick, my opinion on this story before we get into the next thread, but this was single-handedly the most disturbing story I've ever read. I don't know why. I mean, I've read hundreds of stories on this channel at this point, like literally hundreds, and this one was so scary and disturbing for some reason because I think it just felt so real and it's so believable. I mean, like a lot of the stories I read are just kind of so out there. So, you could write off a lot of things. But for this one, I just truly believe the OP was dealing with something or dealing with someone. And I think someone just wanted to scare you or just wanted to watch you while just kind of passively playing with you is so scary to me. I mean, like, it wasn't a robber. He didn't steal anything. He literally just wanted to watch the OP. He knew what he was doing at all times, and he seemed to just want to scare him. And for all of those reasons, that's why this is one of the most disturbing and scary stories I've ever read. I wonder if you guys will agree with me in the comments, but yeah, this was, one of my favorites now, but yeah, this was so scary to me. I had goosebumps the entire time. It was just so scary, disturbing, and it was a good story, but thank God OP is safe. And I wonder if the family ever dealt with that mystery man or mystery person ever again. Hopefully not, but wow, that was a great story. On to the next thread. Anon gets a weird phone call. Late shift at call center. Just me and one other guy in the building. He takes a call that sounds like an old person who stayed up late and figured this would be the time to figure out their new laptop. While he's desperately trying to explain that we just support her internet connection, not her devices, I get that annoying fucking beep in my ears that tells me some asshole is on the line. I give the usual opening line. Thanks for calling. This is Anon. Can I get your name and phone number? He asks. Hello? Shit, my mic is muted. No, it isn't. Hello? I ask back, briefly thinking about how odd it is that this is one of the very, very few questions that is appropriately responded to with the exact same question. He asks if this is company I work for. I say yes, give the line again, thanks for calling, etc. How can I help you? He says none of his electronics are working and he thinks it's the internet. Ask for his house phone. Gives an area code I don't recognize. Type it in anyways because who am I to question a customer this early in the call? Nothing. Ask for his name, as he's likely fucked up the number. He gives me his name. I do the slow-ass search by name function. Ask about troubleshooting while it comes up. He says he doesn't know where his modem is because he can't leave his room. I ask, what does that mean? He says his door won't open, but the one time it did, there was nothing but blackness. I only now am noticing how pronounced the static on the line was. I originally thought it to be a filtering issue with the phones and DSL line, which is a common occurrence, but the static was much more front and center. Search finishes, nothing. Google his area code. Texas. We only support shit in Saskatchewan, Canada. He asks if I know why his family is gone. I ask him where he lives. Gives me a town in Texas. Ask him what the date is, claiming it's a security question. He says it's November 2011. It was August of 2012. Coworker has finished his call at this point and clocked out, as it was a couple minutes to midnight, which was the end of our shift. He's at my desk, making a face that says, "Why did you ask what the date was, and why do you look like someone shit in your ear?" I asked the guy on the other line when his internet stopped working. He says he thinks someone unplugged something because someone entered his house and then the blackness came and nothing was working. After he says this, the line goes dead. I explain to my coworker what just fucking happened. He says to write down my ticket number and see if this guy calls back under the same number or what. So I write it down. And the guy's name as well, so I remember what the ticket was about. Jorge Vargas. Ask my supervisor to pull up the call as they are all recorded. the next shift I have. She finds it. We listen to it at lunch. The call comes in. There's no caller ID. Everything is just like it happened that night except for one key detail. I'm the only one talking. The other side of the line is dead air. No static or anything. My supervisor is really good-natured and has a good sense of humor and asks if this was a prank. Did I have someone call in from an unlisted number and do this? Try to convince her otherwise. Coworker later vouches that I was really scared looking. Only coworker believes me. Really. Google search Jorge Vargas and get an actor. Append Texas to the end and find this. Turns out, he actually lived in Texas City, and the town name he gave me, Amburn, was the street. And the OP then sends a news link to just a news site. And guess what? Second man gets life in prison for role in 2011 double slaying. Police discovered the bodies of Jorge Vargas Jr., 33, and his daughter inside their house in the 700 block of Amburn, November 21st, 2011, in Texas City. So the people, or the person OP was talking to, was a dead person. And this truly does scare me because, I don't know if OP is lying or not. For sure he could, but to lie about something like this would be just so wrong, And I just believe the OP. I could be falsely believing, but it's such a kind of random story almost. A guy working at a call center in Saskatchewan, Canada, he gets a call from somebody from Texas City, and he gives the name and also the exact same date that he was killed. Oh my God. Chills. Terrifying. Horrifying, really. What do you guys think about this? But before, I kind of give more of my thoughts, the OP kind of does a kind of final paragraph saying, by all means, I'll let you in on another detail that I felt compelled to leave out last night, as I was already giving myself the fucking shakes retelling that story. I usually have a pretty active imagination, and if it was any other call, I would have attributed it to said imagination. But I could swear I heard other voices in the static. I tell myself it was either the TVs we have set up or the one in the break room. But the TVs in the call area are usually muted for obvious reasons, and the break room TV is never on. Coworker agreed to close up the building and let me go home after the call. So I kind of buggered out of there quickly. And yeah. And the more I've thought about this, who knows, maybe it could be some sort of prank caller, but still, it is so utterly random that why would it be a prank call? I don't know. It could just be a horrible prank. The OP could be lying for the story. I don't know. But what I do know is this is scary. Scary as hell. And I don't know. I think it's terrifying that Jorge got murdered. And his daughter murdered. And it's very weird. And it just seems wrong. In that sort of way. I don't know. It just seems off. It seems disturbing. And I just don't know. Like this, I don't know why, but this story kind of screwed me up a little bit. I don't know. It's just very disturbing, real, and just kind of honest in a way. I don't know if you guys feel the same way about this, but yeah, I just very, very creepy. Yeah. On to the next one. Homeless Commando. From age 22 to a few months before my 24th birthday, I lived without a home in Northeast Tennessee. I'm doing better now. I eventually got another job and got back on my feet, but boy, Tennessee backcountry is not a fun place to be homeless. I lost my home initially because my roommate got busted for pot. I didn't smoke it, but because I lived there, I was caught up in it all. I served 3 months in the county jail. By the time I got out, I had been evicted. My landlord was kind enough to store my things in a storage unit, but I had to get them all out immediately. Since I had nowhere to live and nowhere to put it all, no family to drop back on, I just sold it all off. Most of it went to a yard sale type thing I did at the storage place. The rest went to pawn shops. The only things I kept were clothes, a big tarp, a Glock rifle, and my guns. I only had 2, pick related, and an old Winchester 37 break action 20 gauge that was my grandmother's. Anybody want to hear my stories? I feel like I've lived a fairly K experience without being military. Ask me anything. Bumping for interest. Are you a prohibited person now that you have a drug offense? I am not, luckily. Tennessee has very good fun laws. As long as you aren't a violent felon, you should be good. I was really surprised they were still there. I had them both locked in an old changing room style locker I got at the flea market. I guess they never went through the paperwork to get a warrant to open it since I wasn't the one who was getting in real trouble. Basically, my roommate bought a bag of weed in the presence of an undercover and they served him a warrant. I got one too since I was inhabiting a structure in which drugs are kept or sold, but I passed every drug test and told the truth through the whole thing. Yeah, I kind of threw my roomie under the bus a little, but we both agreed when we moved in that if he got caught with that shit, it was 100% on him and I was going to look out for my own ass. So yeah, got off really easy, I think. Anyway, here is a story from my first night. 2 to 3 a.m. Sleeping outside the storage unit place. It's on a little 1-lane road, because almost all the roads here are 1 lane besides the main road through town. It was a clear night and I wasn't worried about rain, so I pitched my tarp over the drain ditch by the road and tried to get some sleep. Just kind of laying there, on a makeshift bed of clothes, with my duffel bag acting as a pillow. Reflecting. Bad feels. Miss my grams. Something walks over my tarp on the side bordering the road. Whatever, just keep walking, man. See a guy. Really skinny. Shitty, dirty jeans and a wife beater. Meth or crack, you decide. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. Under the tarp. Hello. What, bro? Come out and talk to me for a second. I want to ask you something. No, I'm trying to sleep. You smoke? Nope. I mean the good shit. I don't smoke anything, except these Marlboros. At this point, I'm gripping the claw knife, wishing I had bullets. Forgot to mention, my bullets weren't there when my landlord was cleaning my shit out. Well, let me come under there and smoke real quick. I'll give you some. Oh my fuck, I don't want any. Just leave me alone, man. I gotta get some sleep. That's fucked up, bro. I'd let you smoke in my tent. Please, it'll be real quick. He's walking toward the tent. I can't really stand up without wearing the tent like an umbrella pole. Scramble backwards. Away from him, but out from the tarp. Stand up, probably look ridiculous. All wild-haired, covered in wet grass. My knife is in my hand, but by my side. It's dark. The blade is black and I don't think he sees it. He does something I didn't expect. He just goes right under my tarp. Like he doesn't even see me. I'm pissed. That's my goddamn tarp hut. You inbred fuck. Inform him of this. What, man, he yells. Stupid fuck stands right up. The tarp drapes around him like a sheet ghost. I advance toward him and grab the tarp. He steps back, grabs the other end of my tarp. Engage tug of war. He's losing. The guy is a skeleton, and I've still got all of my weight on me. Reaches behind him. What are you? Po. Fuck you, N-word. Seriously, he called me N-word. I'm white. He turns around. Takes off running. I'm on the ground fucking convulsing. I mean, I'm almost like having a seizure level shaking. Just kind of staring at the sky. Every muscle in my body spasm. Think I've been shot. Now I die. Go black. Wake up. I'm fine. Tarp is fine. Everything is fine. Find 22 casing on the ground. Son of a bitch tried to pop me with a 22 auto of some kind. So, that was my first night homeless, you guys. So, after I sold off my shit, I had already much decided I wasn't going to try for a hotel. I'd gotten around $700 total. I was already a poor guy before I was homeless, hence the Taurus. I knew that would only get me for a few nights at a hotel, and they were all in the city anyway, a good hour's drive from town. I decided to hit up my Walmart and stock up on some supplies. I got a little pop-up tent, a few packs of Bic lighters, ramen noodles, protein powder, etc. Of course, I also got a box of Blazer 45s and one of those turkey hunting utility belt things with the big drawstring pouch and fanny pack. I got a box of birdshot, 20 gauge versus hunting, but I also had a big plastic bag of old ass shells from Grams. Most of them were cardboard instead of plastic, probably from the 70s onward. A nice mix of birdshot, buck, and slug she had collected over the years. Shells were probably the only resource I wasn't concerned about. So anyway, now I'm all geared up. Got my big Mulsurp duffel of clothes, my crazy ass redneck utility belt, and the stank of a man who's not showered in over a week. I was in a deeply stressed state of mind for obvious reasons. I wanted to just relax. Finally, for a whole day. My feet hurt and I was hungry. I walked from Walmart to the street I grew up on. We had a nice house on 2.5 acres. The backyard ended, and it was just woods and mountain from there up. It also had a creek, and I knew from childhood exploration that you can follow it up the mountain to a nice little waterfall with a big rock overhang. The perfect spot for today. A secret fortress of solitude that surely I could be left alone to eat some goddamn ramen noodles in peace. Green text will follow. I thought this way would be better to explain how I ended up there and with what. Incognito holster. I don't know why my green text went to the bottom, kind of ruined my whole flow. Anyway, fast forward to waterfall, probably 2 to 3 miles up the mountain. It's probably about 5 o'clock in the evening, but I didn't think to buy a watch, and after my phone died, I had no reliable source of time. Fuck it though. It's unbearably hot. Middle of July in Tennessee. Very humid, just sticky and awful. I set up my little tent, chopped some dryish wood up with my $8 Walmart hatchet, grab tactical bar of Irish Spring, hop in the water. It's about chest height where the waterfall hits the creek. Feels very good, man. Nice and cool, soap smells awesome, finally feel human. Boil up a fresh batch of ramen, talking 2 packs, a guy. Feel like a king, it's funny. I genuinely remember this fondly. I felt amazing. The broth was hot and salty and nourishing. Best meal of my life. Night falls. This time, if anybody sneaks up on me, I've got buckshot for them. Confident. Cozy. I start drifting to sleep listening to the fire. I'm awoken by a loud splash I didn't really recognize at first. That's what I heard. Just a vague noise in the night. I had my eyes open, looking out the mesh of the tent. Something big moves in the darkness. The fire is out now, but my eyes adjust well to the dark so I can see all right. Can't make it out. It's turning around. I can hear it snorting and huffing, and it's big. The real guys here probably can guess. A large black bear is drinking out of the creek. Suddenly understand why everybody says not to make camp too close to the stream. White-knuckled on my shotgun. I'm doubting if a 20 gauge shot shell would do fucking anything to this guy. Quietly get my 45 out from my turkey holster. Have no actual idea what I'm gonna do, but I know that black bears aren't generally aggressive. I've seen them before. I have always been an avid camper. The way my luck had been lately though, I wasn't taking any chances. So the bear has turned around now, and he's sniffing. He's sniffing hard. The only food I had was ramen noodles in the packet. I burned the trash from the ones I ate and washed my pot in the sink. Feeling a bit confident now, I slowly sit up into a low squat, my head touching the top of the tent. Aim my 45. My logic was I'd rather have 8 shots that probably won't do anything than 1 shot that probably won't do anything. My plan is, if I tried to get in or puts his face at the mesh, to just unload on him and tactically shit my pants. Hope for the best. Bare my soul to Valhalla. Hehehe. He's getting closer to the camp when I see the grave mistake I made. My fucking bowl and fork are sitting there like unwashed peasants. God fucking damn it, Anon. He's intrigued. Starts licking bowl. He follows the scent, comes right up to my tent. Alright, Anon, get ready. Finger on the trigger. I'm shitting cinder blocks. He sniffs the ground in front of the mesh, and I'm psyching myself up saying, if he touches the mesh, fire. If he touches the mesh, fire. Just over and over again. He sees me, and I see him seeing me. We look at each other for what seems like a long time. He was tense, and so was I. Neither of us knew what to do, I think. I could see his sides expanding with heavy breath. They say black bears aren't very big, but when you're one dude in a little pop-up tent, looking it in the eyes, it seems pretty fucking huge. I'm imagining how big its claws are, probably comically bigger than in reality. The tension is getting to me. Sweat in my eyes. I just want something to happen. I summon every ounce of courage in my body and let loose a thundering battle cry. Go on. He fucking backs up and fucks off. I hear him crashing away for a good 3 to 4 minutes. This would not be the last time I encountered Sir Bernstein. And for the guy that asked, I got a job by befriending a cashier at the convenience store I bought shit from. He let me use his address on my applications and clean up in the store bathroom before interviews. He really got me out of a huge jam. Can't thank him enough. Gas station cashiers are bros. So I liked the waterfall spot regardless of my bear encounter. I spent 4 straight days there just shooting squirrels and living off of squirrel ramen stew. I even caught a rabbit. One afternoon, I also caught about a dozen crawdads out of the creek and boiled them up. They were pretty good with the Frank's Red Hot I bought from Walmart. I didn't really have a plan at this point, and I was in a very, let's say, primal state of mind. All of my thoughts were about my next meal, if the firewood was getting low, this sort of thing. I drank straight from the spring where the creek originates from. It was nice and cold all the time and very clean. This is in the Cherokee National Forest, or I guess more accurately, just outside of it. So I'm going on like this, and I'm scouting out other good spots I can use, so I'm not in the same place all the time and risk capture. I should mention it, I'm extremely paranoid at this point. I haven't had an actual real conversation with literally anybody since I got out of jail. Still didn't miss county lockup though. General pop full of redneck shit kickers and freaks. Find a thicket, a circle of dogwood trees with an empty center. It looks perfect, very discreet. I wasn't sure if I was on somebody's land or not, so discretion was key. I didn't want to venture far from a good water source like the spring. Decided to stay there for the night to try it out. Sorry if I'm a little slow. I'm eating dinner while I write this. I set up my tent, scrape out a little fire pit. I didn't think about needing a digging tool, so I would use my hatchet to sort of dredge it out. As the sun is setting, I'm boiling the collected bones of my small game into a broth. Might as well top sheaf this shit. I'm almost out of ramen. I'm dreading hiking back to civilization. Back to all their judgmental faces. Get a job, get a life. Yeah. Before I left town, I had been out of barely a week, and people could already tell. This being the small town that it is, too, lots of people know who I am. I imagine over and over all the conversations everybody back there must be having, but probably weren't, about me. The stress and loneliness had started turning to bitter anger. I had been using a string of beer/soup cans I'd collected from farther down the mountain as a makeshift alarm. String it up around my pup, the cuddle in which my shotgun, and add the meat and wild onions to the broth. Smells good, man. Eat, meditate, sleep. I wake up feeling unusually rested. I perform my morning ritual of stretching and drinking cool water from my jug. As I'm stretching, I bend my back deeply and look up, really up for the first time. I hadn't noticed it the day before, or it wasn't there the day before, but there was a very thick, very dense net of spiderwebs about 4 feet up from my head. I had a pet tarantula once, and that fucker hated me and I hated him. Fuck spiders. Still, this seemed like a really good spot. I wasn't about to let these cretins take away from me. These are my trees now, goddammit. I am an apex predator. I gathered my things and piled it all outside the ring of trees. I got a stick and stuffed a bunch of dry leaves into a sock and stretched the sock around the top. I taped it shut and boom, the world's dumbest torch. Squirt lighter fluid into/on bottom layer of webs. Hose down my torch. Commence the purge. I light the torch. A part of me hopes this stupid thing I'm doing will just engulf me in flaming spiders and I die. Gram didn't raise no quitter though. I full-on Spartan charged into the trees and heaved my mighty torch. The whole thing goes up in flames. It falls down expectedly. However, I hadn't counted on it falling on me. I hadn't thought this through. My mind was in a reckless state. So I'm swatched in burning spiderweb. This is not what I wanted after all. Stumble out of trees. Stop, drop, and roll. Luckily, the web burned up really quickly. My shirt was pretty blackened and I could smell burning hair, but I was okay. Pretty fucking burnt though. More on that later. I looked back into the trees and everything is gone. The webs had burned up and luckily hadn't caught anything else. I wasn't that worried I would burn the forest down since it's so humid and everything is so green, but still, I was glad. I notice everything is quiet and my stomach just drops. I write it off as paranoia. What, did I anger some spider witch? No, I was going crazy is all. Still, I felt really uneasy, like I shouldn't have destroyed the web. Fuck it, rule the jungle. I shall now claim my prize and set up camp again. Tomorrow, I'll go into town and blow my last $50. Night falls. I'm just chilling, drinking some reheated broth, wishing I had a book or something. Anything to do. You don't think having to rough it can get boring, but once night falls and there's nothing more that can be done, you're just alone with your thoughts. So I'm reclined back on the log, fire's crackling and everything seems well. I'm listening to the crickets and they stop. I'm half asleep. Pretty relaxed, but I'm on edge enough that it sets me off immediately. I grab my shotgun, which is basically a reflex at this point. I keep it loaded with a slug now. Feels safer than the buck. Footsteps. Regular ones though. Like the person wasn't trying to sneak up on me or anything. I wondered how well the fire was showing through the tree line. I knew I was probably trespassing, so I was also worried about that. People will absolutely shoot you for being on their land around here, and they will get away with it. No fucks are generally given when it comes to these good old boys. He walks right up through the tree line. I probably looked like a ghost because I was genuinely afraid. He could be the police, he could be a serial killer, or a junkie, anybody. It's a pretty well-dressed guy, and I mean in the blue-collar sense. He's probably in his mid to late 50s. Really short-cropped gray hair under a brown ball cap. Short-sleeved blue plaid shirt under a shooting vest. The kind with the big leather pad on the shoulder/chest. Carhartt jeans, clean, new-looking work boots. I'm just stupefied. I've got my shotgun in my lap, but I'm not touching it. I had instinctively raised my hands up in case it was a cop. Who the hell are you? Do you have permission to be here? He's shouting, but he asked if I had permission to be there, so I guessed he wasn't the landowner? Maybe a friend or neighbor or something? No, I'm sorry, I'll go. I don't want trouble. Now at this point, I realize he's not carrying a flashlight, and I never saw light through the trees. I start to stand up, not thinking about it. I grab my shotgun as I stood, to leave. Whoa, 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 the guy screams. He's got that cop tone of voice, you know the one. He's yelled that a lot before, and I could tell. So a cop? Where is his uniform? What is he doing out here? He draws compact Glock from in waistband, points it right at me. Finger on the trigger. I've been to jail. I'm not fucking with weird cops. I drop the shotgun and raise my hands. Don't shoot, I just want to go. Please let me go. My voice is cracking and raspy. I haven't used it in some time now. Just wait right there, buddy. I want to talk to you. How long have you been in this area? Only tonight. I don't have a place to live right now, so I'm camping. I thought this was National Forest. I lied. So did you tear down that web? That was not yours to destroy. Tell me who the fuck you think you are. Guy is red in the face. He's fucking mad and I'm scared. I'm going to get shot for real this time. I know it. No, man. I swear. There were no webs when I got there. I don't know what you're talking about. Well, mister, do you know that those are protected species? That's right. I can have you thrown in prison for the rest of your life, buddy. I'm thinking, what the fuck? Something isn't right here. I didn't even see a single spider in that web, and this guy is just walking out here with no light in the middle of the night to check on them? In plain clothes? What the fuck, man? I told you I don't know nothing about no damn webs. Can I please just go? Please? He studies me for a moment and looks back behind him. He turns back around and his face isn't red anymore. You aren't going anywhere, pal. Take a seat while I call for backup. Do not move. He waves for me to sit on the far side of the fire, opposite of my tent and my gun. He doesn't know my fanny pack of justice holds .45 caliber freedom. So I'm sitting there, wondering what I should do. Do I try to run? Draw on him? What if he really is a cop? And speaking of which, he hasn't once identified himself as anything. So with all due respect, can I ask who you are, sir? He looks at me with a very strange contempt, like I was a cockroach that crawled on his breakfast. Right now, I am detaining you. Just sit still and don't ask questions. He makes a short phone call with one of those big SAT phones, which makes no sense to me because where we are, you should have cell signal. He sits down on my log and unloads my shotgun. Do you have any other weapons? Just my knife and my hatchet. Knife is in the tent, hatchet is beside you in the grass there. All right, son, so what did you say you were doing out here again? Give him the whole story again, about needing a place to stay and not knowing I was anywhere important. I get ballsy. So, what's up with these spiders? Pretty rare, huh? He looks down into the fire. He does not answer. So, you got backup coming? Is it a chopper or an ATV or something? Something. Shut up. Want your soup? Yes, please. He brings the pot over to me and sits it in front of me. No spoon. I don't bother asking. Thanks, I guess. I'd guess about half an hour goes by. I'm getting antsy. Guy seems totally calm now. He's just looking up at the tree line constantly, looking all around for the spiders, maybe? I don't know. That's a different homeless bro. And I think OP is replying to some question, but that I couldn't find the question. And then he just says, that's a different homeless bro. I never really encountered other vagrants since there are very few homeless here. Thankfully, I never but fricked. I did snook it from time to time though, just being honest. After a while, he stands up. He walks left of the tent to the tree line, opposite the way he came in, and starts looking around, craning his neck and his back. When his vest goes up, I see that he's got mace, cuffs, and an extra mag all side by side on his lower back. Shit. Guy. He whistles into the darkness and waves to come forward. Oh Lord in heaven, what do you have in store for me now? A shorter, chubbier little guy comes out of the trees. He's dressed just like the first guy, only his hat has a forestry service patch and his shirt is white with long sleeves. Same vest and jeans though. This relaxes me a bit. Maybe it's just a weird sort of uniform? The patch makes me feel better though. He looked official. He had a short goatee and was wearing a full-size Glock on a gun belt. He had what looked like a Remington 700 slung around his shoulder, on his back. So, he tore down the web? Yeah, I think so. That guy? He points at me. That's the one. Why would he do that? He looks at me. Why would you do that? I didn't. They were gone when I got here. All right, smart guy. Where is it? The web. Where is the web? I told you I don't know. Look, can I just leave? Please. I really just want to leave. I'm freaking the fuck out. This is really wrong. Why don't either of them have flashlights? The little guy turns to the big guy and says, all right, keep them here until they build a new one, just to be safe. I really don't want to do that. Just do it, all right? Work with me, Andy. Well, all right, you got it, buddy. The short guy just walks off with that. I'm so confused. Did I accidentally eat some kind of brain parasite and I'm tripping nuts right now? What the fuck is wrong with these guys? At this point, I'm fed up with the situation. As soon as Andy turns his back, I'm splitting. I can come back for my stuff later, but that shit isn't worth my life. So we're sitting there, and he's feeding the fire. I think he was trying to get it as bright as possible in there. As the light grows, I can see him better, and the facade starts coming apart. I see stubble, I see bloodshot eyes with heavy bags, I see mud and dirt on his clothes. This definitely isn't okay. I wait for my chance, for him to crane his neck up again and check the tree line like he's been doing. I see my chance, and I fucking book it. I leap up as quickly as I can and ran in a random direction. I thought I was being sneaky, like it would make it harder for him to follow me. I'm sprinting downhill, although the brambles and briars, my burns from the web are killing me, but I don't stop. I've got my 45 out, just running blind through the dark. I don't hear him behind me anymore when I hit the water. Good, the creek. I know the creek. I know this area. I grew up here. I follow it down. I know if I keep following it, there's a cabin my old neighbors used to own. I didn't know if anybody owned it now, but fuck it. Either it would be an empty place to hold up, or there would be people there that might help or at least serve as witness and de-escalate the situation. I reach the cabin. The windows are black, but there is a beat-up Jeep Wrangler in the dirt driveway, branching off from the access road. I knock, loudly. I knock again. Nothing. I made the tactical decision to break in. Maybe not that smart of an idea, but I was desperate. I kicked the door, right below the handle with everything I had. I had to kick it 3 or 4 times for it to finally cave. I go in and search for a light switch. Nothing, no power. Figures, it's just on a generator. Nobody must be staying here right now. I get my cheap little plastic flashlight out of my turkey belt and scan the room. I was wrong. Mats on the floor, cans of food open and laying around. Some old shoes, some old pants, some old shirts, a map, shotgun shells, a radio, a Forsty service badge, newspapers with old brown blood on them, a rusty knife, propane tanks, 2-liter bottles, aluminum foil, empty boxes of Sudafed. What in the living fuck have I gotten myself into? Now, this isn't one of those cliche stories where I stay the night in the cabin anyway. I have an inkling of an idea of what's going on. Meth heads, I can deal with. Meth heads are something I understand pretty well. I tried the radio. Obviously nothing. Dead power source. I know there's a deer stand near the cabin, so I head there. I climb up. The old wooden slats nailed into the tree feel like they're going to give way. I sit up in the stand and I wait. I wasn't going to leave my shit, but I sure as fuck wasn't going back there right now, so I wait. The common Tennessee meth head is much like the vampire. They must sleep through to build strength for a long night of tweaking and thieving. I do my best Solid Snake impression back to the cabin and peek in the windows from a little ways up the hill. I can see them in there, just sitting on the floor. Both of their mouths are just jabbering, like they are both having conversations with different invisible people. Go in a little closer. I can see my socks covered in paint, with cans on the floor around them. Guys go hard in it. I watch them from the windows, pistol in hand. Eventually, they look like they've passed out. I can make my move now. I go to the door. They had scooted a chair against it to keep it shut after I kicked it in. It made a loud noise. They didn't move. Situational awareness is not a known trait of the junkie. I take 4 seconds looking around the room. It's 2-room cabin, so it's mostly just one big area. Seagram shotgun. Did they hurt you? Did they touch you? I weep for you, Gam Gam. I check the tube. Shell is loaded. Where are the rest? Looking around. Shotgun low ready. I'm checking the kitchen cabinets when I hear one of them move. Whip around, CMC and me. We both kind of jump. I raise Gam Gam shotgun. Sputter out, don't. It's more of a gasp than a shout. He looks scared. He's just standing there, arms out. Chubby guy still passed out on the floor. His expression gives me courage. Finally, I have the upper hand now. Don't fucking move, man. I should kill you. Don't you dare fucking move. Where's my shit? I just want my shit and I'll leave, etc. I'm hyped as fuck on adrenaline. I've never in my life held a gun on somebody. It's a situation I never once thought I would ever be in. For a moment, I felt my gut clench. It was really weird and totally surreal. How did I get here? What the fuck is all this insanity? A month ago, I had an apartment and a job, and now I'm strong-arm robbing a meth head. Continue. Wait, what? He just kept asking. What? Looks bewildered as fuck. He was probably still feeling that shake and bake meth/spray paint combo. Chubby guy is stirring. He gets up, but he gets up way too fast for my state of panic. Point and fire Gam shotgun. I didn't hit him, and I wasn't really trying to deep down. In my head, I felt like I did, but I do remember a part of me being glad I hadn't shot him. Hole in the floor. Chubby dude is back against the wall, stretched out with this rock-solid expression of shock. It was like a cartoon almost. You ever ride a roller coaster and it takes a picture of you at a certain point? Everybody's face? It was like that, but just still and motionless, like a statue. That face has stuck with me ever since. Older guy is against the wall too, but he's mumbling really fast and low. Something about he's diabetic and he needs insulin, and something else about chemical attack at the base and having to fall back to the cabin for shelter. What the fuck? My ears are ringing. That was another first. Firing a gun while indoors, I'm convinced this permanently damaged my hearing. I never used to have to ask people to repeat themselves before, but I do it constantly now. My head is just swimming. It felt like I had a migraine. My eyes seemed like they were popping out of my head. Hold shotty in left hand. Draw 45 in right. Step around their bedding areas and look for weapons. They keep looking for my shells. I picked up his gun belt with that nice Glock, but then I dropped it immediately. Fingerprints. Fingerprints. These guys obviously weren't forestry servicemen. My guess is they stole the shit from a forestry outpost / station / whatever, or they actually robbed some servicemen. If they had robbed them, and we're still here, they either just did it and the gauntlet hasn't come down yet, or they killed them and nobody knew. Either way, it was some seriously fucked up business. While keeping my 45 pointed towards them, I immediately stamp on the part of the gun belt where my fingertips have been and rubbed it into the floor mat. "What?" the meth head asked one more time. This takes me by surprise and I ND into the wall between them, scaring the shit out of both of them. Try to play it off as a warning shot. Demand they cut the shit and tell me what the fuck their deal is with that spider web, and let them know I torched the whole fucking thing because this is my forest. The wind blows up in the door. We got on the floor and everybody walked the dinosaur. False alarm, folks. The walls are closing in. I don't know how long I have until one of them tries something. I quickly check the other room and find my bag of shells and some of my socks. As I'm leaving, I figure I should probably fuck with them a little bit. "You just robbed an undercover FBI agent, pal. I'm coming back and I won't be alone, you dumb motherfucker." Duck the fuck out. I followed the creek some more, this time further up the mountain than I'd ever gone. I found some bushes, covered myself with branches, and passed out. I was exhausted. Slept throughout the day and the preceding night. The spring didn't seem as safe anymore, but there are creeks everywhere through here. I stuck with them for a long while, but I always stayed far the fuck away from the road unless I was going into town. Anybody still reading? Right then, who's having a drink tonight? I might run out and get something real quick. I'm in a comfy mood. So I started to get a routine. I tried to apply for a few jobs when I went into town, but not having an address really put a dent into things. I didn't have the money for a post office box, so I just sort of existed. I was on the list for day labor, but usually there were so many people showing up that year, I rarely got any work. I got on food stamps, which helped so much. It was tricky picking items that suited my nomadic lifestyle, but I did pretty good. Stuff like dry rice and beans, coffee. I bought a cheapo camp pot from Walmart with my day wages, powdered soups, canned tuna, and of course, ramen. The food stamps were really a lifesaver. Don't know if I would have made it without it. One can only eat squirrel for so long. To answer about the drinking, yeah, I did that. I'm not ashamed because I didn't drink every night. As I went long periods of time with literally no money, I was very lonely and living in an ever-deteriorating pop-up tent in the woods. After 6 months, the tent was mostly duct tape and supplemented with my trusty tarp. Things got pretty rough out there. I'll do another green text soon. I think I'll run out after all. Shouldn't be more than 15 minutes. Keep the thread up, fellas. It's good to have company. New thread. OP again. Explanation for why I ghosted last night is in the old thread. Sorry about that. Trying to avoid the imposters. So I'll start off today during my first winter. Approximately 5 to 7 months since my first night outside. So between December and February. We had a bad winter that year. I think 2010 or 2011. It snowed a lot, but mostly just really cold, icy rain and sludge. I had begun a dugout-style shelter in Cherokee National Forest, probably 6 to 8 miles up the mountain from the street I grew up on in my tiny little backwoods town. What I did was dig out about 3 to 4 feet into the side of a hill over the course of a month. I used a cheap, short shovel from Tractor Supply and my trusty Walmart hatchet for roots. My pup tent was basically in shreds now, but it was better than nothing. I would put the tent against the far wall of the dugout and then stretch my tarp in front and over top of it. It wasn't a bad little shelter. I used thick branches and duct tape to make a shitty U-frame to help support the branches I eventually added across the top of the tarp. Later on, I added extra leaves / brambles / mud to fill in the spaces. it turned into a fairly comfortable winter shelter, though it was still intensely cold at night, and especially in the early mornings when I was just waking up. That cold gets into your bones. You warm up throughout the day, but it's hard to describe, like you're frozen through and partially thaw out during your daily routine, but you never really cook. This first winter was probably my most desperate time while homeless. The snow on the mountain was thick enough that walking to town to get supplies seemed impossible, and at the same time, the small game I had been counting on had all but dried up. It was winter though, so deer were still plentiful. I hadn't hunted one yet at this point. All I had was pick related. Gam Gam's Winchester 37A and 20 gauge, and a Thoris 1911. Needless to say, these are not good winter hunting options. I had to get a rifle, or a compound bow, or something. My life might depend on it. Waited for a warm day. Snow is melting. Still slushy and shitty though. Make the trek to the road below. This takes longer than usual due to slipping around in the mud. Spent at least 3 or 4 hours, finally get there. I wrap my shotgun in trash bags and tape. Climb halfway up a tree and stash it. Try to cover it as best I can with foliage. I do this now because even though open carry of unloaded long arms is legal, in my unshaven, unkempt, and mostly unwashed state, I was obviously homeless. Police would stop me all the time, ask where I got it, etc. I was scared it would be confiscated somehow. I've grown a very tight connection to it by now, after all. It was my safety blanket, my little piece of home. It must be protected at all costs. Cannot risk walking around outside of the woods with it. Still CC my sidearm. Illegally, I might add. I may still be able to legally own my guns, but there was no way I was getting a CCW right now. I know this seems stupid to most folks, but understand the sort of constant unease and fear I was living under. Paranoia had set in long ago, and now it had been cemented into my psyche to the point that I would still feel its effects today. Walked a pawn shop, friendly with the owner. He is sympathetic to my plight, and we shoot the shit about guns on my trips in. Have $200 saved from day laboring. I'm very good at not spending money now, with what food stamps and having a semi-permanent shelter. Ask him what he can do for me. Offer him squirrel and rabbit pelts as a bonus. He's annoyed, I can tell, but I'm desperate. He knows it too. Tell you what, keep your pelts. Give me the $200, you can shovel my driveway and we'll call it even. Hands me a well-used Savage 308. The rifling is pretty bare. Some rust along the barrel, but overall, it'll shoot. Sorry guys, had to run out again. You'll have to bear with me. My life is somewhat hectic. Okay, so I've got this 308 now. He threw in a dozen or so loose rounds he had for himself. I was apprehensive about walking back to my stash with it. So open bolt. Hold by the middle and offhand. Barrel pointed down. Avoid the road. Walk the train track as far as I could, then kept just inside the tree line. Got the stash, wrapped new rifle up and stashed it too. I forgot to mention, the rifle had no sights, no scope. Wasn't sure how well I would even be able to hit anything. Head back into town. Stock up on more powdered soup and beef jerky with food stamps. Waited till pawn shop closed at 5. Rode with owner to his house and shoveled his driveway as promised. He brought me some meatloaf and mac and cheese his family had for dinner in aluminum foil. Tasted like heaven. Ate it while he drove me back to my stash. No fork, no fucks. He's a really good guy, honestly. There are a few good folks in this town. Grab funds. At first, I tried just carrying both, but that got cumbersome. I ended up putting the Savage in my duffel and drawing the string around the grip. The stock still stuck out, but fuck it. Woods. It got dark while I was still hiking. I can't accurately describe how miserable it was. Hiking up muddy, sloshy forest terrain. No trail, just following the creek, which was mostly frozen as well. I needed new boots. I was still wearing the same old steel toes I had before I went to jail. A nice hole had dug into the sole of my right foot, so it was constantly cold and soggy. After a while, it went numb. Finally made it back to my shelter. Lit a fire with the small amount of wood I kept dry with me under my tarp. That feel when you put newly frostbitten toes next to a warm fire. I'm bundled up. Dickies jeans on top of sweatpants on top of long johns. 2 t-shirts, a hooded sweatshirt, and a big wool overcoat. Cheap jersey work gloves, the kind in 3 packs at the gas station for like $2, doubled up on them. Then wool fingerless inserts over that. It's really strange. Some of the times I look back on fondly. This was one of them. By now, stuff like TV and Facebook, microwaves, and even a solid roof were like things of the past. I was getting pretty used to life, enough that now I found myself really enjoying these small comforts. I had bought a few paperbacks and kept getting the 2 packs of legal pads when I had extra money. I would write things, like dreams I had, or just rants about the world. A lot of angry, lonely stuff. When a legal pad got full, instead of carrying it around with me, I would wrap it in plastic and bury them. I don't know why I did this. During this time, I was a very paranoid, manic person. I feel like I completely lost my mind on that mountain. Anyway, somewhere in Cherokee National Forest, there are a string of legal pads buried in shallow holes filled with an increasingly hateful and nihilistic manifesto. I describe my rules of living, recipes for various stews and things I'd cooked up using squirrels, raccoons, wild onions, and whatever else I'd scrounged up. I was drinking, too. I never used to drink before I was homeless. But like another poster in the original thread pointed out, it's honestly hard to avoid. You search for something, anything to help cope with the loneliness and the bleak day in, day out monotony of life without any purpose other than survival. I spent a lot of cold, lonely nights clutching Gam's shotgun, drinking Old Crow, and reading thrift store paperbacks. I had an abridged version of Moby Dick, some Hardy Boys, Robinson Crusoe, even a few Agatha Christie mysteries. Nothing I particularly enjoy. I just bought them because they were less than a quarter. After the sun set every night, there was nothing more that could be done. So you just sit and read and drink. I drank hot whiskey a lot. Hot whiskey. Sometimes I still crave it. I would mix it with a little water and leave it on the fire in my coffee pot until it got good and steamy, and drank it down. It was very soothing. Whiskey already warms you up, but hot whiskey warms up your soul. It's the thing I look forward to most during my daily toils. The winter was very quiet. No birds, obviously. Most of the wildlife was tucked away hibernating. It got unnerving a lot. The silence. If I wasn't hunting, I would walk around and sing little songs, just making things up, about the trees I saw or stuff I remembered from the past. The coat I wore was ill-fitting. I didn't really have a good winter parka before I went to jail, so I had to get the warmest looking thing that fit at the Salvation Army. It was a woman's coat, but it was made for a very large woman. One of those big, long, thick gray and black checkered coats. Something you might see an overweight 70-year-old woman at church wear. It had some kind of fake pearl embroidery around the label. I was beyond worrying about how it looked though. I had to have been quite a sight though. Like I killed an old lady and took her clothes. My mossy old turkey belt had seen better days. I used 2 belts. One an actual leather belt. The other was a fleece belt from a bathrobe I found on the side of the road one day. I secured them around the back and front of the belt and looped them around my shoulders so it was like a makeshift pouch carrier. I had added a few things to it. One was a pouch I found that looked like it was for one of those big plastic cameras from the 90s. And I had a couple Crown Royale bags I got out of the trash tied to it that I kept change. Little rocks, I kept neat looking rocks, sue me, just any little thing I wanted to keep. I tried to keep my pockets empty where I layered my pants. And I kept anything I thought could have been use. Lots of stuff ended up being useless. And I realize now I was basically hoarding forest trash. I feel like I'm rambling, but aside from these sparse moments of panic, like the gunplay that I described to you in the last thread, the slow, dredging winters were the absolute worst. If I can communicate anything about the homeless backwoods experience, it's the isolation and desperation. People in town will shun you for the most part, and you go days, often weeks, without ever speaking to another human. I felt more like an animal of some kind than a man. Something wearing a man's skin, stalking the woods in an endless effort to consume and survive. I kept thinking, just gotta get that deer. Then I can start getting things together. Just gotta get to town, get some supplies. Then I can pick myself up. I lied to myself in this way. I was constantly trying to convince myself that, after just a little while longer, things will go back to normal and I'll be a regular guy again. If I wasn't doing this, then I was wrapped up in fantasies about thriving out here. I'll build a cabin, I said. I'll build a nice cabin with a fireplace and a cozy little window. And I'll hunt and I'll fish and never have to go back to that wretched society. In fact, I didn't want to go back. I chose this. This is how I want to live. I'm doing fine, doing great. I'm the happiest I've ever been, etc. It was all bullshit. But again, anything for that little ounce of comfort. I thought about S-word sometimes too. During that awful winter, when I let myself go and drank half a bottle, I was very conservative with my liquor. It was a precious thing that must be savored. I would lay back in the dark under my tarp and think about committing S-word, Cobain style, and ending it. What difference would it make? I thought about my body freezing up until the spring, when the bears wake up and they gnaw on my freezer-burnt body. Maybe some hunters or something would find me, festering and bloated under a tarp in the summer heat. The freeze would make it hard to discover who I am. Why bother? The hunters I invented would say. He's obviously nobody. Just leave him for the animals, they'd say. My body would decay and the forest could just have me. I would be here forever. It was comforting and horrifying at the same time. Luckily, I never got so dark as to do it. I have been fortunate in having a strong sense of survival instilled in me from a young age. My grandparents were both farmers until the last 10 or so years of their lives. They had to sell it a long time ago. Couldn't keep up with the payments and moved to a cheaper house with a small yard. My grandfather died years before my grandmother did. I'd like to tell you about my strong, awesome granddad teaching me to shoot and hunt. But honestly, that was all grandma. Grandpa was from Baltimore. He joined the Marines but never went to war. Met my grandmother while she was visiting some relatives there, and they ended up getting hitched. They moved here because she had already had some land. She was a country girl, and I mean the old school kind. She slaughtered most of the animals, cleaned and cooked them. He worked for Geico in the 80s, working on their old DOS systems, then at the local newspaper on the printing press until his retirement. She stayed home and raised me. We would shoot rabbits that got into our crops. She showed me how to skin and cook them, how to stretch and clean furs for preservation. I really loved that farm. Regretfully, they had taken a mortgage out on it to help with money and eventually fell behind. My extended family on my grandfather's side sort of bled them dry. Always borrowing but never going back. Car trouble, need groceries, short on rent, ask Gam Gam. She'd give you the shirt off her back. Gam Gam died 2 years before I became homeless. She had a stroke and spent an agonizing month and a half between hospitals and home. I had to quit my job to stay home and care for her. I'm rambling again. Rest in peace, Graham. One day, I'll give your shotgun to my son. So, it's been a few months into the winter, and spring is starting to show. In the afternoons when the sun is high, it got to be in the low to mid-50s. It was warmer, farther down the mountain, but I grew more and more resentful of the world below every day. So I was going down into town as little as possible, once or twice a month tops. I didn't have a hunting license, and deer season was well over at this point. I had done well with the dozen .308 rounds I'd acquired before. I had probably 3 or 4 left now, so I had to hunt very carefully. I didn't have sights on my rifle, so what I would do was sit cross-legged in a bush all day. My clothes were caked in mud, and I had given up trying to wash myself for the winter. Creek is far too cold. I wasn't worried about my scent. Wait there, all day. I'd bring a snack and sometimes a book. Sometimes some whiskey. All depended on my mood and the weather. I kept dry corn now to use as bait. Sprinkle it a few yards from where I am. Doe approaches. Small. Probably 50 pounds, give or take. Just a baby. A delicious baby. Aim. I can do okay from small distances, but I've only been able to fire this rifle maybe 8 times. Not a lot of room for practice, and again, no sights. I aimed for her heart. Got her neck. You know what happens. She takes off, thick drops of blood streaming on the cold ground as she ran. She's bleeding heavily. I know she won't be able to run long. Start following the trail. It's not hard. Snow is still hanging around and it's still cold enough that the blood keeps up a good stream for a while. Come into a clearing. I see her laying down across the field. She's bleeding and convulsing. Dying. I think about how scared she must be. I'm sorry I had to do it this way. I would have liked to kill you clean, but it can't be avoided now. I'm walking across the field, debating on if I should slit her throat or just put a 45 in her head and be done. Probably the knife. Ammunition must be conserved. Bang. What? Bang. The was echoing a bit, so I knew they had some distance. It wasn't until the second time that I realized I was being shot at. I don't know how close you have to be to a bullet to hear it whistling past you, but I didn't want to find out. I heard the bullets first, the shot second. Freeze for a moment. No just a bang this time. Dive into the brambles. Scramble behind a tree. That feeling when I don't even know which way they are shooting from. That feeling when I could be sitting here in full view. Wait for 20 seconds. 30 seconds. Heart is pounding. Why is somebody shooting at me? Somebody mad about me poaching? Somebody else is poaching? And they want me kill? It's quiet for a while. I try my best and peek around the tree line. I see orange in the distance. It's behind the tree line to the clearing, but I saw it move. Time to test if they are still watching. Hop from my tree to adjacent tree. Peek out and look. Muzzle flash. Bang. Holy shit. Okay, what do I do? Sprint forwards, away from the grove, in front of another tree. Wait for noise. Nothing. I don't know if the person is advancing or waiting. Did he see me pull back? Does he know where I am? I'm sure as fuck not peeking my head around the corner again and catching a bullet. Sprint forward again. I'm heading downhill. Slide until a little embankment caused by tree roots in the mud. My foot is unusually wet. The sole of my boot has come off halfway. Perfect. I hear movement behind me. Is it him? Deliberate steps, coming through the brush. Decide to call out. I don't know who the fuck you are, but I'm armed and I'll shoot. Just back off. You can have the damn deer, I don't care. Silence. Switch my rifle into my duffel. Grab Gam Shoddy. Thumb back the hammer. I hear footsteps again. He's going to have to come around the embankment or pop up above me. For him to get at me. Either way, he'll have to be close unless he backtracks and makes a wide flank. Silence again. Was he retreating? Did he know I was armed before I just told him? Waiting again. I feel mildly defensible here. I'm too scared to try to run just yet. Patience. Timing has to be just right, I told myself. Remember the BB gun wars with your cousin. Pretend it's a game. Don't shit your pants. Branches snapping to the far left of me. Look over. Polyester camo puff vest and a hunter's orange beanie. Are you serious? I'm not getting flanked by Elmer Fudd. Scramble forward. As I'm running the 30 to 40 feet between me and the next tree, I fire a birdshot in his general direction. Hit the tree hard, sweating in the cold. Guy shouts out. I must have peppered him a little. Probably not enough to really do any damage, but I hope I at least fucked him up a little bit. Eject shell. Grab one out of the big turkey pouch and load it. Don't even look at what it is. Could be bird, could be buck. I had already used up the few slugs I had. My shells were starting to run thin since it's my primary hunting gun. Small game in that. Close the breech and listen. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots with a few seconds in between. Must be using a bolt action of some kind. Didn't even get a look at his rifle yet. I know he can't see me or hit me from here. If he is still where he was. I haven't heard him move, so I assume he still is. Must be trying to scare me out. Not this guy. Squat down. Try to think up my next move. He's gonna be mad now that I tagged him, since he's clearly not giving up. I can still hear that poor deer crying from the yards away. Look around. I see another low hill that looks like a good cover. Across the incline, probably 7 to 80 yards. Steel myself. Say a silent prayer to forest gods and set off sprinting. Making good distance. Trying to zigzag, but mostly just trying to get to cover as quickly as possible. He doesn't fire me while I'm moving, and I don't look back. Just get to that hill. The sole of my boot is flapping around beneath me. My 4 pairs of socks are soaked through, and I'm getting stabbed by sticks and rocks. Tried to pretend I'm Bruce Willis in Die Hard. Reached the little hill, slide down the incline, and lay there prone. My whole body is soaked now. I'm very, very cold. The adrenaline is keeping me warm for now, but I know I have to get out of these wet clothes soon, or I could very well freeze to death. Wind is harsh. It's coming opposite me, up my back, crashing with the hill. I'm shivering despite my sweating brow. Crawl up a little, so I can get a peek out from the hill. Nothing. I waited on that hill for what seemed like hours, but was in reality maybe 20 to 30 minutes, until the cold got to me and I had to move. I made it back home very slowly. I stayed in the brush and avoided any open areas. Every little noise sent me ducking from an invisible assailant. By the time I got back, I was absolutely frigid. I stripped down and changed clothes. Though my coats and most of my good winter things were soaked, I just used heavy layers of long-sleeve cotton shirts, pajama pants, and my one other pair of jeans. The fire couldn't get hot enough for me. Never found out what was up with that guy. My guess is it was an impulse thing. I know. I was going to expand on that a little. Several more people will attempt to kill me in some fashion or another because I got into government housing. When you are very absolutely homeless, people take shots at you because they know they are likely to get away with it. I think this guy was just out illegally hunting, saw me, and thought, hey, I wonder what it's like. I don't know. I don't like to guess at people's motives, but I do know that when I would walk into town, lots of cars would swerve and try to hit me, or just not give me any room to walk on the road and send me jumping for the ditch. People treat you like shit, like something that doesn't matter. And the archive that I got this story from kind of screwed up the next post, and also the archive. I got this from someone wrote this on the. I did not write this, but the person who archived it did write this on there. So that's why. I'll try my best to read it. It might be a little bit hard, but just give me some patience. But anyways, the OP continues saying, one more, and I'll probably hop off for a little while. All right, so after the Hunter incident, my main goal was getting new boots. I had to keep using Upgood duct tape to tape mine together where it came apart while I was running. Weather is starting to clear up, but it's still pretty cold and rainy. Can't have a soggy foot all the time. Grocery bag liners only get you so far. Went into town a week after the incident, when I felt less paranoid and ready to travel. I got some leather boots. I don't know what kind they were. No brand, but they turned out great. They were waterproof, just leather. The tongue was connected on either side, kept everything out. They aren't warm at all though. Just unlined leather, with 3 or 4 pairs of socks, though they do perfectly. I still have these boots today, though I don't wear them very often. Paid $15 at Salvation Army, great buy. After this purchase, I had about $6 left, and wasn't likely to get any more until landscaping season came around. And then this is where they wrote it, so I'm going to try my best to read this. I remember I thought to pack some cigarettes. I hadn't smoked since that first night. It felt like splurging on a gourmet dinner or something. It's the first thing I bought that I didn't consider essential. Yes, at the time I considered my liquor essential. Sue me. I joked around one night outside at the convenience store. It was heaven. I coughed like I was smoking for the first time again. Awful habit, I know. Just got it on a whim though. What else could I do with $6 anyways? Bought a can of Coke and just sat in the front of the store's bathroom. And then went on to the outside, so I guess nobody noticed me going to the bathroom drinking a can of Coke. I didn't want to sit inside even though the store had a little diner style thing. 2 little booths and something else I can't read. They served fried chicken and burgers. That kind of thing always smelled so good. Good Lord, I missed good old American greasy fast food. I could smell it from the bathroom. I pretended I was sitting inside, eating like a regular person. I wasn't really sleeping much in those days. A few hours twice a night, my sense of time was really whacked out, and I was always unsure what day or month it was. That bathroom sure was nice though. It was clean, just a few sharpied scribbles on the wall around the toilet. There was a door with a lock that I was in control of for now. It was like a castle. I wanted to just stay there forever. I actually ended up taking a short nap there. I dozed off unintentionally while drinking my Coke. Luckily, nobody had tried to come in. I don't think I was out long. I dreamed I was inside my old apartment. When I woke up, I got an idea to do a very dumb thing. I wanted a night. One good night inside with heat and a light. That's what I need, I told myself. Just one night to recharge. If I get this one night, I'll have the strength to get my life together again. It was a grandiose delusion, but it honestly somehow made sense at the time. Do this thing, and it'll solve every one of your problems. I decided to either hide or break in later and spend a night in this bathroom. Story in green text follows. Looking around bathroom for hiding spots. No cabinets, but the ceiling was those big office-y looking ones with the little holes that make it look like a cracker. I moved one of the panels, some wiring, rat poison, and about 2 feet of space. Test the strength. Stuff my duffel up there. Seems okay. The panels definitely won't hold me, and I doubted the thin wire suspending it from the roof would do much good either. Cheap flashlight. Look around. I found load-bearing supports farther away, but without the toilet or sink to stand on, I couldn't really just climb up there. Replace tile. Leave bag. Check outside. Nobody there. It's evening. The store closes at 9. I have a few hours. Discreetly leave. I don't know if the staff knew I went in there or not. Look around. I pulled a wobbly wicker chair out of a dumpster across the road. Left it in the tree line between properties. Hung out at the library for a couple hours. Didn't check Facebook. Browsed K and Survivalist Forum. 7 o'clock. Library closes. Go back and grab the chair. Carry it as nonchalantly as possible up the road past the store. Then doubled back and set it behind the building. Go inside the store. Asked to use the phone. I called my day labor place even though I knew they were closed. Left a message about needing something now. Just wanted an excuse to go in and check out if anybody was shopping. Go back outside. Around the corner. Check the bathroom. Empty. Round the next corner and grabbed the chair. Took it in the bathroom. I climbed on the toilet and got my bag. Then used the chair to get up to the support beam. Stuff the bag up again. Open it and fish out 2 shirts. Tie the shirts to the beam, letting them hang down. Take the chair outside, toss it in the weeds. Back to the bathroom. I twisted the shirts up until they were as rope-like as possible and used them to hoist myself high enough that I could grab the beam and climb up. In the rafters, my chest is on the big beam, and my arms and legs are keeping balance on the small flimsy ones. I slid the tile back in place and just waited. It was 7 when I left the library. Store closed at night. I had used probably an hour and a half getting to and from the library and setting everything up, so I estimated I had somewhere between 45 minutes to wait. Got real uncomfortable. I wanted to change position. The beam was digging into my chest on either side, so it wasn't much wider than an average smartphone. Arms are cramping. I'm sweating. Why didn't I take my coat off? The door opens. Moment of truth. I listen to them cleaning up. They take the trash and leave. I hear the lock clicking shut. My time has come. Move the panel. Bending my arm felt great. Cautiously peek out. All seems well. Descend from my shroud of darkness. Nice. I sat for a while, just looking around, enjoying the pleasantness of both privacy and comfort. I turned the sink on and let the water get really hot and washed my face with hand soap. Never felt so clean. I had turned the light back on, so I was concerned about somebody seeing it under the door, so I stuffed clothes around the bottom of the door. Feeling safe, I sat back and started reading Murder on the Orient Express. Not a bad book, kind of fruity, but not bad at all. I love the old-timey back and forth. Raw dogging spam out of the can with pocket knife. Feel like a pimp. What's this in my duffel? Why, it's General Grant and his never-ending flask of Old Crow. Well, don't mind if I do, General. What a lovely evening this has turned out to be. Proceed to get drunk, reading Agatha Christie and having conversations with the astute Inspector Hercule Poirot. This, as it turns out, was not a very good idea. Wake up to the sound of the lock turning. Morning shift has arrived. Older woman, probably 45 or so. She screams. I scream. She starts calling the cops. She's calling the cops. I'm a homeless man with an empty bottle of liquor, a concealed 2 if you count my knife, weapons, and absolutely no excuse as to what I'm doing. Grab my duffel, forgot my book, shit, charge. I wasn't trying to hurt her at all. I just wanted to get the fuck out of there. Shove her aside, make sure to smack the phone out of her hand. Shout sorry as I'm running away. Open bag in hand and holding up my pants. I had unbuckled my belt in my drunken state of comfort. Retreat to the woods. Never go to that convenience store again. Follow up. I was going to make another green text, but I'm cooking dinner, so I'm going to wrap it up a little quicker. I encountered that woman again 2 weeks later when I went back into town. She saw me from across the street, pointed at me, and started shouting, You, stop, you hit me. I tried to play dumb, but I knew it wouldn't work, so I sped up and kept walking. She followed me a ways and got her phone out. Shit, she was calling the cops. That's perfect. I was pretty sure they didn't have anything really on me, but who knows. To nobody's surprise, I was picked up a few hours later going back towards the woods. The cops were okay. They knew that I stayed in the bathroom, but I don't think they cared too much. They said they were looking for the guy because the woman's phone is broken and she was pissed. I'd buy her a new phone if I knew how to get a hold of her. But it's been real, you guys. I'm out for now. Maybe more some other time. I'll be checking on the thread every now and then if you guys want to shoot the shit a little, but as far as typing these long stories, this is enough for my tired fingers today. And before we go into the next one, I really just want to say I really enjoyed that story. It wasn't like a conventionally scary story, but I thought it was a good story. I thought it was a good 4chan thread. There were parts where it was scary, where it was almost being killed. The meth heads and staying out in the woods. I feel like it was a very honest kind of story. I thought it was a great story, even though it might not be conventionally horrifying, so to say. I thought it was a kind of creepy in a way 4chan thread. Just kind of disturbing in a weird way. I don't know if you guys got that kind of vibe like I did, but hopefully you enjoyed that story. I really enjoyed it as well, and hopefully OP is doing better now. And leave your comments down below what you thought about that one, and on to the next one. Lockdown in a woods. Not gonna green text because I'm bad at it. Peak meme flu lockdown. I got stir crazy sitting around all day, collecting unemployment like a fucking leech, so I decided to head in the woods. I live in a deep blue state, so I figured my chances of running into anyone out there were slimmer than usual. My intention was to camp out for a week or so and relax, hike around, do anything but sit inside all day like everyone else in the state. I drove the 3 hours to my favorite national forest, up an old logging road. I took my M1 carbine, pick related, different trip, and Remington 870 Magnum. The drive up was really nice since there was no one on the road and gas was super cheap. I got there in record time. I set up camp about an hour off the main road. I wasn't exactly super deep, but I was deep enough in the woods to be satisfied. The first night was normal. The second night I woke up at around 2 a.m. to silence, and then what sounded like a blood-curdling shriek, which my rational brain told me was a mountain lion about 2 seconds later. It must have screamed before and woken me up. I listened intently for a few minutes, but didn't hear it again and fell back asleep. The next day was weird. The forest was silent. Previously, there had been birds singing, bugs chirping, wind in the trees, etc. Now everything was just still and silent in the cold morning air. I just got some coffee started and tried not to think about it. Eventually, the day warmed up, and yet the sound didn't return. I started to think maybe that mountain lion was still in the area. Woods tend to go silent when there's a predator nearby, but that didn't explain the complete lack of wind. The air felt as stagnant as a hot car, except it was 40 degrees out. I decided to have a look around. I hadn't gone more than half a mile in any direction away from camp since I'd gotten there. I threw on a jacket and my Alice LBE. I had rigged with M1 carbine mag pouches that kind of worked. I went in the direction I remembered the noise coming from the previous night, hiking cross country. The woods were silent the whole way. Hell, I didn't even hear any airplanes fly overhead, and this was a pretty high traffic area. I hiked across a largish clearing with scattered groups of trees when I noticed something odd. A couple of the pines were missing all of their limbs. They weren't charred from a wildfire, but looked as though they'd been torn off. They stood around 20 yards apart, jutting skyward, almost like a gate. I thought it was kind of weird, but chalked it up to loggers or something. When I crossed the gate, it felt like a switch was flicked. I was suddenly hit with a wall of anxiety, the kind I hadn't felt since I was a teenager. I felt the adrenaline rush of someone being mugged. My knees threatened to buckle, and I felt cold sweat run down the hollow of my back. I was shocked and confused at my reaction, but took a moment to collect myself before advancing, unslinging my rifle and keeping it in the low ready, mostly to bring myself comfort. I wouldn't walk 30 more yards before coming across a deer carcass that had been absolutely eviscerated. It looked like it had been hit by a truck, then run over by a whole convoy, except it was in the middle of the forest, nowhere near a road. The area reeked of death. I decided it was time to head back to camp. I figured I'd confirm the presence of a cougar and considered moving camp. Getting tired, gonna give the abridged ending and wrap it up so I can go to bed. I made my way back to camp a little more quickly than I had left, scanning my surroundings, far more alert than before. I knew I was being irrational, but I couldn't help but feel a bit scared. Everything was adding up to spell something weird. First, the complete lack of noise that was still present, or rather not pleasant. Then the trees, then the strange anxiety, and now the mutilated deer. I was creeped out. Something wasn't quite right. As I crested a ridge, I was greeted with a sight that sent a spike of adrenaline through my system. Another deer carcass, right where I had hiked through before. I was sure this wasn't here before. This one looked as bad as the last, with the sickening addition of one of its antlers speared through its eye socket. I decided right there that I'd be cutting my trip short. I hauled ass back to camp, tore down everything as quickly as possible, made my way down the shitty logging roads as quickly as I could without fucking my suspension up, and left. I'm still not really sure what was going on there. I'm not going to pull that bullshit you always see on here and say, I'm not a believer in the paranormal because that's bullshit. I totally am. But I'd like to exhaust my rational explanations first. I really want to believe it was just a mountain lion. And I just didn't notice the second carcass somehow, but it just doesn't make sense. But would calling it a skinwalker be a reach? I've been on this board too long and read too many nope threads. Am I just overthinking it? I guess I'll never know. But it hasn't stopped me from going back to that same forest to fuck around in the woods. Just never alone anymore.